And we're live. Howdy, my name's Guerric. Tonight we're sampling 1830 by Francis Tresham and Lookout Games. Joining me, as you can see, we have Alan,
Hello.
Pat,
Hello.
and Lily.
Howdy, howdy.
Yeah, we're just playing 1830. Nothing fancy. Nothing special to say. We've all played it before. There's no teach required tonight, unfortunately, for Ustream. So yeah, we can just get into it. Oh, I probably should turn the grid off for all of these.
Okay.
Straight for the Camden boy, 165.
What one does when one has the private or the priority deal.
This is fair. This is fair.
Hi.
Hi. I haven't actually decided if that's where it's going yet, but there's a decent chance of it. Let's...
Problem with the 1830 private auction is beyond the first two bids, you can really get sucked into, well, the meta says you must do this. So, feel like you gotta go for it when you can.
Yeah. What'd you think, Pat?
That.
It's a feisty bid for Mohawk and Hudson. That's a little more reasonable.
I'm being lazy and copying pasting this one instead of grabbing them out of the infinite bag that you spent so much time preparing.
This is, smart, admittedly.
You'd also just copy a fresh one before, so you always have it copied.
That's true.
Even lazier.
All right. Lily?
Thinking. Perfect.
Look at us, nice and
I
entangled.
mean, I had to, right? Like, I can't not.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, let me fix
Oh,
that.
well.
That's good enough.
It's fine.
Probably not Orlokin, but I also haven't looked into 18 India very much. Oh. That's... At what point does this get too entangled?
Never. When everyone has one on all of them.
What? I think the problem is, at what point does Schuylkill become a liability for the ones you actually want?
Yeah.
Like, Skookle's fine.
You know what? I'm actually going to pull the ripcord.
Woo, look at that.
All right. Lily and Pat, you're up for the Champlain and St. Lawrence.
Yeah, give me a second.
I have to remember, what's the magic number we need?
Well, 402.
Yeah, 402 is float.
Yeah, you're probably safe to bid up Champlain and St. Lawrence, even if you get MNH.
Yeah.
Let's say that, yeah, take you to 175. You would still have enough.
I'm gonna do 55.
260.
I do 65, 185. I can do that, right? Yeah, math wise. 65.
Now that is some A-tier price enforcement.
70.
Yep. that's
Oh,
yours.
Wow.
Lily going hard on Champlain and St. Lawrence. All right.
Yep. That's okay. Math. I think I could have done one more math wise as long as you didn't bid this one up.
Oh, yeah.
But that's okay.
90.
Why don't you use the counter, Lily?
Fine.
That's why they're there.
Yeah.
What do you think, Guerric? Are you all in on CNA? Holding Skookle?
It's a good question. I know Pat really wants Mohawk. Lily still probably really wants this one. I think I can afford to take his 95.
$100.
This is a fun little web of incentives here. Just thinking, Lily.
I already put my bid in.
We both upped it.
I did too. Okay, can you guys not see that? Maybe
Now
Okay,
it
now
just
I can.
changed. Yeah.
You have to
Okay.
press enter for us to be able to see it.
Oh, I didn't hit enter. I'm sorry.
I think it also works to click out of the counter. Or
Yeah,
something.
that's what I did. Yeah. So sorry, my bad.
Still at a good price. I think I can afford to push it more.
I pass. Oh yeah, that's a thing we can do. Ooh, living on the edge.
I don't think it's that edge. I think I'm just price enforcing right now.
I think also if you got it, you're not sad to get DNH and Sugukul.
Yeah, because then I'm at a 20 revenue. I'm not getting B&O. So now the question is,
Man,
how hard do I want
This is some hard price enforcement. Dang.
I think I'll let you have that, Lily, at that price.
Thank you. Haha! I still stayed under what I wanted.
Yeah. But I
I
made
think
you
that's
pay
what
as much as
Guerric
I
was
could.
going for.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Man, I don't hate Champlain and St. Lawrence and Delaware and Hudson together.
Yeah, that's a good spot. This is about to get funky with you and Pat fighting over Mohawk and Hudson, and then you and me fighting over Camden and
Gonna
Amboy.
get funky.
Hmm.
Joe. You know what? Let's cut out some chaff here, shall we?
Oh my!
Let's just get real. Come on. Let's go.
Huh.
I mean, how much did Lily just pay for DNH?
135, 140.
No,
Yeah,
125.
I'm not sad
125.
I'm not sad if I get MNH for 165. And then be not concerned about B&O at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose this, Pat, you're basically getting B&O.
Oh, I'm aware.
Oh.
Oh. Ah.
Yeah, there may be an argument for taking this to 195. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh boy, this is fascinating because I was just reading some people discuss how high they're willing to take Mohawk and Hudson the other day.
Oh,
and
really?
I'm not going to comment on it until after the auction's done, but it's interesting to watch now.
Yeah, Mohawk and Hudson is an interesting one because, like, just value-wise, you can still get a large amount of value off of it by just virtue of being able to sell it in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, if I don't bid this up and then I let Pat get it at 170, you're gonna price enforce the hell out of me on CNA.
I mean, more than
In
that, we're
order-
going to fight for it because whoever doesn't get it gets B&O.
Yeah, so I think the question is, do I take this to 190 or 195? To be frank with you. I think the answer here is to take this to 190. Let's see what Pat does.
See, that makes me think that you don't want it, and you're basically making me take it for 195 because that's the maximum you can do. Because you're not going to go 200 because then you can't open a company.
Correct. This is me.
You don't want this because then you're guaranteed, not guaranteed, but you're probably going to get that one.
I mean, if I get this at 190, I have a company that I can sell in for 220
No,
and
I
get
know, I know, I
revenue
know.
of 20 per turn.
No, I get it. I'm not. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying, like, I'm just.
What I'll say is this. I mean, yes, I'm like forcing you to go high, but if you give this to me, Guerric gets CNA for
I might get
way too cheap.
Baltimore. No, I'm aware. Yeah, I'll do 195. I'm not gonna type it because I'm sure you're just gonna give it to me for 195.
Ooh, I love
Okay.
it.
I'm out.
Yeah.
So what does your logic dictate on this one, Guerric?
I mean, it's not my logic, but it's some people who are experienced with the game were saying that they will take it up to about 165,
Mm-hmm.
and that's about it.
That's interesting. I wonder what the logic on that is.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to go back and read it again. It's been a few days. But
It was just like, I don't know. I just didn't want to get stuck with B&O.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like if I had another one beforehand, I would have just let it go. But like, I don't know.
no, I mean, the logic totally made sense.
Guerric pulled the ripcord. Well, I guess what actually matters is Guerric ends up. It's either myself or Guerric purchases B&O.
Yep.
Which means priority either lands on Lily or on Guerric. That's interesting. You know what? We're going to end up in a scenario where 3 people can float, I think. Which is not common for us in the 1830. Well, depending on what happens with CNA. Be interested to see if Guerric is willing to take this high enough to prevent a float. Let me do some math. Hang on. Wait, no, that doesn't work. So hang on. I screwed something up. Let me redo this.
You're fine.
Uh, yeah, okay. I thought that was correct, but that's where we're at.
It's a good bid.
I'm probably overdoing it, to be honest, but I think it's just better to cut out the costs here. Because if I let it pass back to you, I run the risk of you doing something similar to me, so. Although I guess the problem here is, at this point, you're not floating either way. So maybe I don't know what the over-under is on CNA for you. If you'd rather have CNA and still not float versus B&O and also not float.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer to the question is. I think it's that I take it to 250.
Fair.
I could be
So
wrong, but we'll see.
if I take this higher, okay, where's the breaking point? Because B&O has all of the negative B&O stuff. But if I never get force floated, Or at least if I have a few rounds before I get force floated because you have less money. And the other two are more interested in opening their own companies. So how does this work out? 250, you'd be down to. You'd still be able to potentially buy 3 B&Os if you wanted to. That's not enough to force float B&O OR1 for sure. What's the answer? I want to live on the edge. My wife is laughing at me for saying things, which is deserved.
What are you upping it to?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
All right, so I need to think.
This has been an intense auction.
That's why I love this auction so much. It's so intense.
30
Going
revenue.
last on
between
it
the
kind of does
two.
suck though. Like I kind of just got pigeonholed. I got to pick my first one, and then I just kind of
Yep.
got stuck blocking,
Yep.
and then that was it.
Priority deal in this auction actually is really nice to have.
Yeah.
So the $30, you're at $250 currently, so you're $5 away from being able to float.
Yeah, 245
So-
officially pressed me out of floating.
I'm
So-
just trying to see how much money revenue it would be for you to still be able to float the following OR
Yeah.
or SR. Back to my math.
Well, I'd be
Hang
getting
on.
$30 of income. So
Yeah,
245, that would be 275 then.
if I wanted to make it really impossible.
Yeah.
So I think what I do is that.
Is this the moment where Lily and I just smile and nod?
Yeah, I mean, y'all are in a pretty solid position. I'm just trying to make Guerric pay for this, and honestly, I'm not all that sad if I get it at 270 myself. Like, I'll definitely live if I do.
I think I pass. I think it's officially past the threshold where it's worse for me to take this than B&O. I think it's yours.
Okay. That's fine. I think, honestly, it's because you have Skookle, right?
Honestly, it's seeding order. I was only willing to push past the float because I would have been priority deal coming out of the auction. But knowing that you're going to be last coming out of the auction, I'm totally fine just taking the B&O and playing that position. And yes, the Skookle helps too.
I guess that's fair. Let me see here. It's at 270. Oh, I guess that was silly of me. Oh, I should have considered my own float potential. If I had done it at 265, I could have still floated. That was dumb. That was really dumb of me. Oh, now I'm really sad. Oh well.
It's okay. Somebody's going to take PRR from you anyway.
Well, if they do, they're just helping me float, honestly.
All right. I pulled the ripcord. So Lily, Pat, Alan, each of you passing?
Yep.
Lily?
Yes.
Alan, I'm sure yes. So yeah, I'm buying the B&O. Boop boop. 220. All right. Powering the B&O at 100, as you might expect. It is the sensible thing to do. And that is our auction. Let's get to it, folks.
Herm.
Huh?
Herm.
The thing is, in a world where
I want the camp pack.
yeah, in a world where NYNH and Campac are both viable, I don't know why anybody would take PRR, but that's just me.
Actually, wait, let me think.
I mean, because PRR is the best company. That's why.
Oh, I strongly disagree with that notion. I mean, I don't think there's a such thing in this game as the quote strongest company because all of them kind of suck, but
it's a good long-term company, and denying the C&A owner from being able to get PRR
Yeah.
is pretty important.
I guess if
C&O.
I were in a position to float it, I think the argument might be there, but I think that I was price enforced high enough that it like
I'm gonna do something weird.
I
I
can
think
tell.
the counterplay doesn't really matter.
All right, Pat. Don't let me down.
About Cleveland?
She bought C&O,
Huh?
yeah.
How about Cleveland? I
don't know-
decided to go with the strangest thing I could think of.
I don't know what she's doing either.
No, neither do I!
I was just thinking, I was like, Cleveland? Okay, because last time we played, that was like the one that wasn't picked.
It's, I mean,
Yeah.
the hot picks are PRR, NYNH, maybe force flow to B&O if the auction's weird.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take NYNH.
Oh, steal
Yeah.
the PRR.
Maybe I'm just too much of a noob, but I honestly do feel like NYNH is the most powerful. I mean, I guess NYNH gets screwed over if the green trains don't come out fast enough. I don't know. Well, seeing as Guerric's pulling hard for it, I'm just gonna go ahead and reserve this PRR president
Oh, I see
cert.
what you mean. I could have grabbed it and he couldn't get it. Got it.
Yeah, that's why I was
understand.
saying you should take the PRR presidency.
Hang on, let me see here. I'm gonna be at
You and Lily both
Three-
disappoint me.
355.
See, I had that one last time. It got dumped on me, but I got that one last time.
I theoretically will be able to afford to par it at 71, but is that a bad idea? Guess it doesn't really matter in terms of order, because I'm not floating. Does having 40 extra dollars matter? No, I want to keep personal value high. Well, but I need to sell in Camden and Amboy, so yeah, we'll do it. 71. If the math on this doesn't work out, I'm gonna cry. Right? All right. 330 plus 25 is 355 divided by 5. My calculator says it's 71, so it should work.
Hmm. What does the B&O player do in this situation?
Now there is an argument that if PRR does get floated, the trains go faster, which is good for B&O.
I'll buy an NYNH. Oh, are we back around to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's being so quiet. Bye, Ciendo. Passing.
Oh. Sure you don't want to push trains, Guerric? Only the cool kids are doing it.
Is that right? Lily?
Did you pass?
Yeah.
Got it. Boop. See no floats.
Alan passing? I'm also passing.
I pass.
I feel like everyone's asleep. All right. And the stock round, nothing rises. We go into an operating round. Privates pay.
Hey guys,
What's up?
did each of you forget to click the button the last time?
No.
Nope.
You shouldn't still have
we should.
$90.
Garric bought our shares.
Oh, Guerric bought it up. That's why. Okay.
Yep.
We only 5.
Sorry.
All good.
First up is C&O. Lily?
Sorry, what?
You're up.
Your company.
Yes, I understand.
Oh my goodness. We maybe
I
should
was
not
so-
stream tonight.
That's funny.
No, I got this. I'm okay. Everything's fine.
Are you sure?
Yes. I will grab a 2 train.
Ooh, just 1 2 train?
Just 1 2 train, and I will be done.
You need to fall back.
Oh yeah, that too.
NYNH is up.
This is where I'm unsure. I think. Is that no, not that one. It doesn't really matter. It has to be that one, doesn't it?
There is the argument for going up towards NYC instead.
Yeah, I know we've been like NYC haters in our games so far, but like there is an alternate meta of going to NYC instead of B&M.
Yeah, I mean, the argument potentially for going to NYC is that it is theoretically a worse company than B&M. And unless you think you're going to be in a
Yeah.
position to get B&M, you almost would rather it be NYC.
Plus, I don't want to pay the 80 that way. I can just put that one.
Yeah, that's I think that's the more compelling argument. Hey Toxic Water, we've played 1830. I don't know, what have we played it like 4 or 5 times?
The other thing that I do want to mention is if you want to gut B&M, this one is too nice.
Right.
Probably this one? No, yeah, it's totally that one. Poor B&M. It's a trash company now.
You know, Kyle, you say that NYC has been a dog in our games, but like I said, we've consistently blocked it off from the map. They've been weird.
So I am gonna buy A2 train. I don't think there's a point in buying a second one. Except the fact that I'd be pushing trains, but I'd be sitting here doing nothing with it.
No, I think NYC only buys more than one train if it
Yeah.
can if it can get into green. That's the only logic to it.
Yeah. So
CNO at least has the potential to run multiple 2 trains. Not immediately, but it can.
and 80. I'm done.
Yeah, Toxic Water. People seem to bounce off 30 because of how abrasive it can be. That's why I love it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a masochist. Blech. All right, that's our operating round. We're back to a stock round. Alan has PD.
Go. And just because I want to have a little bit of control here, because I'm sure someone's going to see that opportunity to just buy one and drop it. Now you lose money, you jerks.
I mean, we can just buy the one in the.
Yeah, we can just buy the big
And
pool
drop
one repeatedly.
Oh, that's true, isn't it? I mean, it's going to happen, I imagine.
Yeah, but do you want that share or not? I guess is the question.
Let me think about this for a minute. No, we'll just do this instead. I won't do this. Take my 2 seconds of leverage for a second.
You're 2 seconds for 1 second? That's confusing.
Yeah. I looked at the score of the money. I was like, how does Lily have $5 more than me? We're the same. Oh, right. She gets 25. I get 20. So I'm a poor man. Spent the same amount of money for 5 less revenue. Oh.
Lily's
If
in a
it's
good
gonna-
spot.
If it's gonna happen, I might as well.
Well, now I feel targeted.
Well, Lily is in such a good spot.
I picked like a terrible company though, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, companies don't matter in this game. Let's be real here.
That's fair.
Hmm.
The other thing too is if by doing this I lessen the value of Guerric shares, which means he is gonna have a harder time floating if that's his goal.
Well, Kyle, CNO's not gonna run for 70 if it's doing this.
Oh, Chicago to
Yeah, if you go
Cleveland to
straight for Chicago.
I guess I could see that. That said, there's no reason Lily can't then sharp or upgrade to green and go to Chicago from Columbus, and then
Well-
CNO has that as part of its route.
The issue would be that we don't have greens yet.
Well, true.
Kyle is pointing out that CNO can be a good starter if it heads straight for Chicago and runs for 70, which is, this would probably have been a really good game for it, given we only have 2 companies at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you lay straight to Chicago, buy the second 2 train right before you run to Akron Canton.
Yep.
And then you're just locked up on those two until you either token somewhere else or until you can get 3 trains. But I guess you're not sad to run for 110 every turn. Oh, interesting. Never buy the second 2. Man.
Because you don't want
okay to
to.
just
You don't
run
want to
for
help.
70.
You don't want to help get to green or anything, and it's the threes are just better. You know.
Oh, yeah. It's too late. It's not happening. You're not distracting anybody.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I don't know how to play the B and O position. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I actually do when the game is slow like this. Like,
I mean, I think if no one's force floating B and O, you just try to keep B and O as long as you can and float
Right.
something else.
right, that's the idea, and I don't have the cash to do that yet. So do I just keep investing in company? You don't know how to play either, Kyle. Do I keep investing in companies I'm already invested in and open myself up to potential liability? Do I just cross invest and then sit here on my cash? It's not clear to me.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I mean, if you're just going to sit on your cash, buying a PRR is not a bad play. You're not helping me at this point.
I don't know. PRR is not making money yet.
This is true. I don't know. I think at this point, CNO and NYNH both are incentivized to get PRR on the board. That said, I don't know how many 2 trains PRR buys either. My God,
I'm. Yeah, screw it. Hold on. Let me do the math again real quick, or do the math for once real quick.
man, I think this might be one of the slower 30 openers we've done in a while.
Yeah, okay. I'll buy a PRR.
Wait,
All right. Billy? Oh, why do we have turns on?
Hmm.
Ding.
Ding. Oh wait, I don't want to float. But I'm still upset, so I'll do it.
You don't. I already floated the PRR.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Then never mind. I will just drop it.
Does he not just get it? Does he not just get it then? Is that
He did. He just didn't take it because he floated
Okay.
on Guerric's turn. So that's why I got confused because I didn't see Guerric's hand.
Oh, I just realized, do we usually do?
We don't
Turn?
usually do turns. I don't know why it's on.
I was gonna say, why do I have the turn button? Did this turn into root suddenly? Am I confused?
Yes, we're playing root.
oh man. Can I get a cross between 18XX and root in my life?
Perfect.
Like, I want that level of entanglement in my life.
You're saying this isn't it?
I mean, it does not have the same feels, no.
It does not have the same feels.
You know, I feel like I lose nothing really by doing this at the moment. Maybe a bit of money, but I'm just gonna do that and grab that one in the bank pool.
Neat.
Oh, air turn Allen.
We got to turn those turns off. Let me get that.
Everyone just spam the button. Drive Guerric mad. Oh.
I'm too
My
powerful.
fun.
You can't stop me.
Wait, I have don't I could turn it not I don't know how to, but could I not turn it back on somehow? Is I
You could, but let's not fight over the turn.
No, I'm not going
turn scripting. That would be funny.
Now, I just want to make sure, like, I'm already doing it. I'm doing it. But, like, that wasn't a bad idea, right? Because I take it, Lily doesn't get her company that 10% profit now, right? And
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
discounted?
if it's in the bank pool, sure, you may as well grab it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Lily is gonna run. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna increase in value. It's gonna pay out. Like,
Unless she just withholds and trolls us all.
I mean, also true. Also true.
I
But
mean,
like, I mean, it's like this. I'm gonna buy this. I sold Lily's because I felt like Lily was in the better position between the two of you, but I'm probably incentivized to just hold the NYNH because I do want to make money.
and I am running no matter what, so I can't not run at this point.
I mean, you can withhold is a thing you could do.
I could withhold. Yes.
You're super not incentivized to do that because
I'm
you're
not.
holding 50%
Yeah.
of the company.
I'm really not incentivized to do that.
I will pass. Lily?
I'll pass.
I pass.
I pass as well.
All right, PD's on me.
Yeah.
Nothing rises. We go to an operating round. Privates pay. First up is PRR.
All right. Get back to our standard 1830 rotations. None of y'all jerks are pushing trains. I'm not gonna do it and help you.
All right, PRR is done. On to NYNH.
I mean, I might as well lay the track because there's no reason not to lay the track. This game is one of those games I have to pay for track, right? Because if it is,
Yeah,
I
it
didn't do
doesn't
last
cost
time.
money. So you may as well
Perfect.
use the opportunity cost while you
Might as well lay it. Then,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Set
then
up for your future 3-train run.
yeah, exactly. And then spend my money going through the mountains for no reason. Actually, no, wait, that's a locked one, isn't it? M&H.
Yeah. In fact, you're holding MNH.
Oh. Wait. But is that
Yeah.
locked though if I'm holding it? It doesn't say that.
They all block track in this game.
Okay.
Now there is
What?
an interesting
Isn't-
argument.
Isn't
Where
this the one
you-
where? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. Let's go. Ask. I was just gonna say there may be an argument for you potentially buying extra 2 trains because now you can token that location. You can actually run
No,
them.
not until we hit green because you have to reserve the spot
Yeah.
for NYC.
Oh, that's right. That's true. Gosh.
No, like
What is the
there's literally no reason for me to
incentivization?
do it till we get greens.
Well, the reason potentially for you to do it is because NYNH is begging for this green upgrade. Like you need
Yes.
it. And so if the trains don't get pushed, you're gonna end up behind in terms of your track.
Yeah.
Like PRR has a lot of track options, CNO has a lot of track options.
Yeah. Whoops, this one.
I mean that said, it's like how much would you have to buy to make it worth it for us? But I don't know the answer to that question.
The problem is like spending that is like $300 or $240. That is literally just burnt.
Oh no, you
Really
wouldn't buy
quickly?
all of it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't buy all of it. It's more like what's the leverage point where the dominoes start
Oh,
coming
yeah.
down. Like
I have to wait and see if you guys buy more for more tracks, because then at that point I am incentivized to do it to burn, so you guys don't get double runs and triple runs.
Yeah.
We'll see. I paid
Actually,
out 50
maybe,
though.
yeah, maybe that's the argument. And
I just
also,
have to wait
don't
and see,
listen to me
for
because every
now,
time
well, no, because like for now, I'm making more money than you guys anyway. Like I'm making 50 because I have the 40 base. So until you
True.
guys start running double runs, I think I'm in the clear.
Lily's also
Yes.
going to be making 50 as soon as she lays Columbus, but
Oh, does Columbus count as 40?
it's 20. Cleveland's 30.
Oh, Cleveland's 30. Right. I'm only doing a 10.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. That's fair.
Yeah. Well, also, just generically speaking, every time you take my advice, you regret it later. So maybe don't.
It's true. Although it did win me that game. I paid out, so I go to the right one, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm flipping myself. Okay, I did it.
All right. Holy shit, that's a big moth. Lily, you're up. Jesus.
Well, let's
Christ.
say, en route, you did kind of convince me to win the game, though. So thank you, Alan.
Yo. Look, that moment. Convincing you to do that was the absolute right thing for me to do as a player.
No, I know. It was your only chance of winning.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm aware. But thank you.
No, dude, that felt really good. I felt really good about your win.
I did too. I finally won something that wasn't the Candyland opener.
Totally.
Oopsie. That's not what I wanted.
No, that was just a good game, though.
That would be pretty sick if you could just buy a stock.
I share it to the company. That's a different game. All right, let's go. I'm done.
All right. That's our OR, right?
I'm moth killing. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, that's the OR. So we're back in the SR. Guerric has priority, so we have to wait.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, I am not loving my position. I'm definitely behind in cash.
It shows the guts on the.
I figured everyone would have seen that, right? People come here to see moth guts, to see me spit on my mic. All right, yeah. Lily finished her turn. Lily bought
Lily
the two.
finished your turn.
Okay, that makes sense. Lily can run it, I guess. I guess it makes sense. All right, it's a stock round. I have priority deal. Let's offload some shares. Let's see. They're worth 67, 67, and 65.
Rude.
I like how it's 367s in a row. Ooh.
Wait, I just took too much. 67. No, I took too little. I did 65 twice and 67 once. I need $2 more. Fixed. And let's go ahead and par. I guess NYC. 67. I like this. This is cool.
Okay, so just table talking a little bit here. We have to force float B&O here, right? Like as a group.
Oh boy.
I mean, it would require all three of us investing to do it. No idea if it's enough because Lily would have to sell down to 40 of CNO, so it may not make any sense.
No, she doesn't. She has enough money to buy one right now.
I do have enough money to buy one right now.
Yeah, but that if each of us buys one, that only gets it to 50. I guess you could buy one just to sell one. And then it's in the bank pool, which is funny. Honestly, maybe that's the play, because if you buy one, sell one, it's in the bank pool. The following OR, you can buy a new one.
So what you gonna do, Lily?
Oh. Hmm. I don't know.
You okay?
I'm just debating on what I want to do because I don't know what I want to do. Because I do want to float B&O, but I don't want to tank myself to do it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to gonna buy one of my own shares.
I mean, I'm also gonna buy the bank pool from share from Lily. That's 67 still, right?
Yeah, 67. That beautiful part of the stock market where the value doesn't change. I didn't like that at first, and I've grown to appreciate it. I understand why it's there now a little better.
Yeah, it does kind of disincentivize people from tanking you just for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of protection against like petty trashing. It's still doing damage.
Or is it actually protection for the trasher?
That's also true.
Because if you buy one and sell one at 67, it just drops a spot. Even if you're holding the shares, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it allows for some room for intentional turn order negotiate, like what's the word? Turn order jockeying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah. I wonder if there's an argument for. Well, I guess CNO already has 2-2 trains. NYC probably buys. I don't think NYC ever buys 2-2-3. I wonder if this is the world where NYC buys 2, and NYNH buys 2-3 just to open it up. Because you need to get Mohawk and Hudson out of your hand. Oh, what do I want to do? That's the real question. I mean, I'm in the worst seat position at the moment. I just have the least value until I can get CNA out of my hand.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like the best thing for me to do is to continue wallowing in the mud.
That's an interesting point, Kyle. That is interesting. This game's too good.
Take money. Hmm. I'll buy a B&O.
Okal dokal. I will buy an NYC. Then it's Lily.
Oh wait, No, all right, it's fine.
But you want to change it? I mean,
No,
my
it's-
turn didn't change.
No, it's fine. I don't think anything matters here. At least I would be surprised if anyone did anything that would make me sad on that.
Lily?
I will go ahead and buy an NYNH.
Pat?
I pass.
Alan?
Sell this B&O. Buy an NYC. And sell it.
Sell by sell, baby.
Because, you know, doing anything that is helpful is just not in my mind right now.
I'll buy an NYC. Lily?
I'll pass.
Pat?
Pass.
Alan?
Buy and sell a C&O.
I will buy an NYC. And that floats it.
Yep.
Lily?
Pass.
Pat?
I pass.
Alan?
I will buy a PRR.
I will pass. Lily?
Pass.
Alan?
Pass.
Sorry,
We're all on pass.
I skipped Pat. All right, I get PD. That's the end of the round. Nothing rises up. We go to 10R, privates pay. First up is NYC. NYC has all this beautiful track laid for it, and it can't lay anymore. So it's just going to sit there. It's going to fall back, and it's going to buy a 2 train. For $80. Do I keep going? By doing so for the sake of Schuylkill, I'd get a 3. It's a good question. Good question indeed. Everyone else gets to go after me, which means someone's going to punch through. Who's going to take advantage for it? Yeah, you know what? I will buy the 2 and the 3. Let's do it.
Really? Ooh.
And then buy in Schuylkill Valley.
You think it wasn't gonna happen? Or you just want to be able to buy in Schuylkill?
Yeah, I want to be one of the people who buys in a private.
Oh, I guess. Think you're giving a lot to CNO and NYNH, but I could be wrong.
I mean, Cena going last might have had, is always going to have some options. But you're right, he is giving a lot away.
I think
I'm
at a
happy.
minimum, I think he's giving NYNH a free pass.
Oh, I think he is. Yeah.
Actually, I maybe just buy an extra 3 train because I can.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you running it?
Doesn't matter. We're buying trains. All
Just
right.
pulling levers.
Trains are good. Who says anything about running them? All right. NYC is
There's a
officially
world
done.
where I buy 3-4. Shoot.
NYNH is up.
All right, because I was like, wait, no, it's green because we're over here, but no, you fell back already. That's why. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna lay track. I'll pay the $80. I think it has to go this way, right?
Correct.
Has no choice.
Correct.
That's 80 spend money. I'm going to run for 70. Or do I buy trains first? No, I run then buy trains.
You run. You know what you're doing.
We're going to pay out 70. Yep, pay out 70. And then I'm going to buy one of those 3 trains. Oops. For 180 spend money. Yeah, I'm going to call it there.
Okay. You buying in M&H?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Let's do that.
Yeah, I think Guerric gave you way too much.
Spend money. Take money. Now I'm done. Thank you for reminding me about that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, C&O. No. PRR.
Oh, it is PRR before CNO.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm last.
Well, then I'm definitely not buying 3-4. Grab you. And run for a whole whopping 30. This is the power of early PRR. Set the best company in the game. Payout.
Did you want to token that, by the way?
Do I want to token it? Am I in danger if I don't? I don't think so. I think I'm fine without the token for now. I will buy in 3 train 80. And then I will buy in CNA for 20.
Have a good night, Kyle.
Now I feel better about the amount of money I have.
Oh, but you could have denied Lily getting a 3 train.
I'm cool with it.
Cool with it.
Honestly, deny Lily getting a 3 train so she just gets a 4 train? Like, I don't know that that's better. In fact, gets the first 4 train.
Yeah, that's definitely better. 4 trains are a lot more expensive for not as much gain.
Nah. I would rather have this money going to the stock market. Why are you trying to make me spend my money on stupid stuff, Guerric?
Guerric loves.
I legitimately
people spending
don't
money on
think it's
stupid stuff.
necessarily stupid. I think there is legit arguments for denying somebody a 3 train, but it is what it is.
I mean, I think there's a really strong argument for me wanting to go into the SR with the maximal amount of purchasing power, but
This is true
you
too.
know.
This is true too. CNO's
Anyways.
up.
Yeah. Also, pushing through to more 3 trains just puts me in liability danger sooner, given I just raided my coffers.
Lily?
Okay. Well, which one do I want? I think it's this one.
Eh.
All right, and then I run for 90. I will pay out. Burn! Everything burn!
Sounds good to me. I wasn't running that train anyway.
Oops.
Whoa!
I didn't mean to take your charter. It just came with me.
Give me
Better-
this.
Another-
What are
You
you
better
doing?
leave his station tokens. He needs those.
I'm trying!
I'm so offended.
I'm sad, Lily.
I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry, but I'm sorry.
You know what you did. I don't have to even say it. Oh.
Interesting. So Lily's gonna hang on to those privates for a while.
All right. Well, it sounds like our operating round is done, so we're back to a stock round. PD is on me. Did you not want to buy any? You didn't want to buy any privates. Cool. PD's on me.
When do privates close when we hit Brown?
We hit 5
Mhm.
trains. Now I have decisions to make. I'll buy that C&O from the market for 67. Lily?
Um, actually, no. I'm just gonna blink the B&O.
That makes it worse for us to open it for them.
We could just close the private. Just make it a dead
True.
company.
What? Push to. Wait, do privates close at 5 or 6?
5.
5.
Yeah, that's true.
You say that, but like,
But I mean, I think it's probably at least 2 more companies to push through. I could be wrong.
Hmm. I don't know if I don't think I'm playing smartly. I'm just having fun.
No, that's fine. Honestly, I don't think force floating B&O would be all that bad for Guerric. I think in order for it to be bad at this point for him, someone would have to contest him for ownership of it. So that he's forced to sell shares to defend it.
yeah. I mean, you open it, you get 600. That's 2 trains.
You get 1,000 if you open it.
How? You only get 60%.
Well, I mean, the company gets 1,000, is my point.
Company gets 100%, Pat.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. 600. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I
I'm
don't think.
reliable for it.
I mean, I definitely think that he needs to lose that B&O private because he's in a really fairly commanding position. But I think that goes away if he's forced to defend it.
What's
But
the
I-
amount of certs we can have? I
the-
forget in this game.
The alt plan, I think, is
16.
what Lily was talking about. I think
16? Okay.
if 2 companies open this SR, he might be forced to float it himself just to avoid the private going away without any value.
I mean, I guess he already kind of got the value by having the.
Yeah, I mean, every
Having
turn
the-
it sits here not floated, I'm getting my value. It doesn't buy in or
True.
anything, you know what I mean?
I guess that's fair. So it doesn't really matter if it disappears, you're still holding the president's cert.
But that's why I want to take the value of the stock, just so this way, when he does go to try to open it, it's just painful.
Well, maybe that's the argument then. Maybe between Pat and I, we float 2 more companies, and we each blink the B&O stock down once. I think this is the kind of table talk that some people would be very angry about in various circles. I don't personally understand that concept of no table talk for 18xx. Like, why does 18xx deserve its own little weird meta?
Because it's not explicitly in the rules that you can negotiate, Alan. I got in an argument about it today. It's a thing.
It's not explicitly in the rules that you can negotiate. That it's not explicitly in the rules that you can't. Like that's
Well, I mean, the rules in general are permissive, but it's also just it's a whole thing. We don't need to get into it here. Whose turn is it? And what's happening?
Me, I believe, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Lily's already blinked it. He's so.
I think you should always do whatever's best for you as a player, but that's just me.
Unless you're Lily, then you should do chaos.
Both work out for me. I can do Okay. I'm going to buy a B&O for 100. And not sell it. Go.
Okay. Just take a quick math. I'm gonna go ahead and par Erie at 67.
I'm going to purchase a PRR from the big pool. 67. Lily.
Um, I'm also going to buy a PRR for 67.
There's one in the market for the same price.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Sorry, for cheaper because it parred at 71.
Spend money. I'm buying another B&O.
Alan?
All right. Now that I've got my company reserved, I'm just gonna knock B&O down a share.
Poor Pat.
Well, Garrick, are you gonna defend your company?
Yeah, I'll dump my shares of C&O and PRR.
Poor Lily.
It's okay. I'm just
And I will grab that B&O share from the bank pool. For 76. Lily?
pass.
Pat?
I'm gonna float you.
You're gonna float me.
Nice. I am going to buy an Erie. That's not Erie.
That's a weird looking Erie.
um. It's a pity I'm $2 short.
Buy an Erie. What are you $2 short of? Just being
Well,
able
why
to
are you
buy
echo-
another
Oh.
B&O?
Yeah.
Why are you echoing to me?
Who's echoing?
Am I echoing? Oh. Sorry, I
Alan's
had
echoing.
toggled push to talk in TTS by accident.
Ah. I've had that muted for ages.
I've never known that was even a thing. Let me configurations, voice output. Okay.
Unfortunately, I think I have to defend, which is significantly worse for my position, but it is what it is. Gaining 63.
Oh man, poor NYC.
Spending a hundo. Or a B&O. Otherwise, I think Pat was just going to opportunistically steal.
Yep.
Lily?
I don't know, is this a yellow strat game for NYC?
Oh, pass. I think this might be a yellow strike game for everyone.
I'm selling all three of them for 70 each.
1, 2, 3.
76 each.
It was inevitable.
76.
It was
It's
either
a
steal
thing
the
of
company or
beauty.
dump it. Those are the
I'm
options.
then going to choose to purchase. What for 60? One of those up in there. Did I take the 60 off? I don't think I did. Right now, spend money.
Nice. I love everything that just happened.
I'll pass. I'm assuming Lily's still on pass, so it's on to Pat.
I'm gonna buy the other one.
Oh, wrong way.
Passing.
So Lily's passing
I'm
as
assuming.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna buy one of those.
Ooh, are you stealing it?
He can't buy more. He sold.
This is true.
Oh.
Uh,
Interesting thought, but it's a dangerous thing to steal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna stop you. I will sell 1 PRR, sadly. I was hoping I could convince somebody to come in on the Erie train, but whatever. So that's no difference. I just drop PRR a single slot.
Did you pay for it?
It was I bought for 67 and sold for
Got
67.
it. Got it. Um, I'll pass.
It was destined to happen.
Sorry, those are 60 each, right? Yep.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think it was important for me to make you sell those in order to get the company.
I was gonna do it anyway. Spend money.
What? God, getting to this first shelf is so powerful.
Yep.
Yeah.
I could have sold mine, but that's okay.
No, I like what you're doing.
It's an aggressive play that I don't know if I know enough about the game to see if this is even gonna work. I could be making the stupidest move of the game. I don't know.
I certainly don't know.
My only fear for you, Pat, is that you are gaining a lot of liability without getting much in terms of equity
We'll see.
or liquidity, I should say. Equity
I
doesn't.
have a thought. We'll see.
Alan?
I mean, I'll buy a CNO now that it's like dirt cheap and guaranteed to gain value.
Yeah. Well, unless Lily Browns it. Okay, let's go ahead and dump my NYC shares.
That's 4 of them, so that goes right to 30.
Yep.
Oh man.
Would I sell it at?
60.
60. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, look at that. So much money. What to do with it? Let's... Let's buy that one NYNH share from the bank pool.
Oh man. This is interesting. Lily, are you
let me-
passing?
I am passing.
Go.
Oh, right. That's mine now. I was looking over on your side to see it. Forgetting that it's...
Here, do you
Never
need a little
mind.
more space?
Thank you.
Oh, I need to go grab Erie. I actually need some space too.
So Lily passed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Buying one of those.
Just one? It isn't brown.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I
Whoops.
think Guerric might have given you a lot there.
Yeah, it probably would have been better to do only 3. I definitely should have only done 3. I got too eager to just dump it.
Yeah.
That was dumb. But it is what it is. Alan, you passing?
Mm,
Or do you have machinations?
I think if I could have picked up 2 of the brown shares, I would have, but in this situation, I'd rather pass and preserve PD. Although I guess you're sitting on $200 that you gotta do something
Yeah,
with. So it may
PD's
not
probably
matter.
going to Lily now.
I guess the question is Pat, I don't know. Shoot, maybe it's better just to sell the CNO because both of these companies might end up being brown for a while. I can't afford any of the other shares. I've already sold PRR. No, I'll sit on it. I'm passing. We have B&O and Erie are in. Don't know if that's enough to break through to the fives or not. Might be.
Hmm.
You know, I don't hate your position still, Guerric.
I'd like it a lot
Coming in.
more if I'd had one NYC share left and Pat needed to buy up over multiple actions.
Yeah.
That was a big mistake.
I think you did lose a lot of value on NYC, unfortunately. But you managed to push trains heavily with it and then pull in with $1,000 at the 4 trains.
No, yeah, I don't feel bad about any of that, really. I think all that stuff's pretty much fine.
Lily's sitting at 3-4 in a very comfortable position with seven certs in hand.
I'm just going to pass.
Alright. I assume Lily passes.
Presumably. Pat, you doing anything?
Uh, sorry, I'm thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Could. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pass. I'm not gonna risk losing NYC to sell it. 1.
All right, that's all of them, right? Everybody's passed,
Yeah.
and it goes to Alan. Okay.
Yeah.
At the end, nothing rises. We have 2 ORs, privates pay. First up is Erie. Is that true? No, it's NYNH, then it's Erie. Pat with a ninny.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
It's okay.
NYNH. I have both of them. I need to. That's the orange. Okay. I think the right call is just to do that so it makes as much money as it can. It's going to run for 60, 100.
Man, I've never seen New York go this way, but this would be so good.
Yeah, that's happening on NY. Yeah, but don't worry, that's
hilarious.
happening. That's happening.
I
Because
love
no one
it.
can stop it. I'm gonna literally say it. That is Black's turn. Because Black has 2, 3 trains.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm going to pay out the first one. Because that puts me up 1.
Oh.
Right?
Yep, you're right.
And I'll flip it. And that's
Are you
it.
thinking you're gonna withhold on your second?
I'm debating.
So just
right, because it'll. Yeah, you're right.
because if you withhold the first one and then pay out, you end up back on the ledge.
Which is
If you
better
withhold
than-
on the second one, you end up here, not
Yeah.
on a ledge.
And also at a worse stock price.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna stay like that. It's okay.
Okay. Buying any trains or anything?
No.
Okay.
With what money?
Well, you could
I
buy
guess from
over
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, with each other.
On to Erie.
Yup. Is there an argument? I lose so much stock value if I don't run PRR right here. But buying over that 3 train would be pretty juicy. Nah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do the quote unquote smart play. Alright, I need to think about ooze for a second. I mean, I think it's this. I think it's always this.
What, you don't want to create the double oo connection? 2 oos ramming right into each other?
Is that this?
No, it'd be laying either of the ends straight into the other oo, and then in the future you go like that.
Well, the problem is if you get locked up.
Yeah, no, it was mostly a joke. Angry Tetris, start CPR. This Lily almost did, and then she changed her mind. Get angry at her.
I want to start CPR, but I don't know what I'm doing, so you just leave me alone.
Is it that, or is it this? I think I go through Rochester. Right? Yeah. God, Erie's a weird company.
It is a weird company.
Like, I never know at what point does it actually create value for itself, but I think I just need to be able to run to Rochester so I can run a train.
That's an interesting placement for the other end of the U.
Oh?
Well, just because it means you can't run through there. You have to come out one of the other exits.
Well, there
are options. There are things you can do. Just
I guess I need to think about this a little bit. It would have to be like what, this? Is that legal?
nope, that you can't run into the gray. Yeah, you're looking for something like that.
I mean, I think it still works.
Just depends on what you're doing.
I mean, I guess the logic maybe is I should create the opportunity to run through the OO even if I don't get the brown tile I want.
I don't know.
So maybe I hate OOs. They're the worst tiles in the game, honestly.
That technically works. That one.
Yeah.
That one's worse because Alan wants to.
I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong button.
Alan wants to loop through Rochester back into the U, so he needs the sharp to be from
And what's wrong with this one then?
this to this.
What's wrong with this
And
one?
I could do this instead. It just means more tile lays to get back around, which I don't love.
But what's honestly what's wrong about this
The
one?
only thing with this one is he would probably want to put the Erie on this spot instead of on this spot. which means yeah, that's what this would be.
Well,
No, that's
I
almost
kinda-
what that would be.
no.
It's a tough lay.
No, that one. Yeah.
That's why I like it,
Yeah.
because you have to think forward and plan around the tile roster.
Yeah, that would have to be that one.
Yeah, I guess the question is, what is B&O trying to do here?
It's a good question.
Because that's where I potentially lose out. Because there's. Let me see. Take a look at this. B&O maybe wants to do that. Although, maybe not. That maybe opens up. Well, no, because this is gone. That. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So, I mean, I could still do this. It's just more awkward. Yeah. This is also, but again, pretty awkward.
So what's it gonna be?
Sorry, I don't mean to take this long on this decision. I'm just debating on how much control I will have on this ooh over here. I think I leave Erie as is.
Ogle dogle.
And Erie does not run. Sorry for the slow turn. Erie will purchase a 4 train for 300.
Just the one?
Of course. No, I want you to buy them. Silly Guerric trying to get other people to push trains so that you don't have to. B&O.
All right. B&O is going to B&O is going to upgrade its home city. Which costs nothing? Nothing. It's the two adjacent spots that cost money. Okay, B&O falls back. B&O will buy single 4 train and call it a day. On to PRR.
All right. PRR.
Actually,
Okay.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Cool. Thanks.
Clearly, I just wanted to stress you out for a moment.
So stressed. Either that.
Oh, wait a
No.
minute. My track layout was illegal because the B&O hadn't disappeared yet. Didn't disappear until I bought a train. I'm sorry.
Oh, good
Yeah,
on
yeah,
you for
yeah.
catching it. I wouldn't have seen it.
I was just thinking about how I need to pitch my private, and I was like, wait, that means the spot wasn't open yet. Sorry. Well,
Wait, I don't understand. Why was it illegal?
because I still had the private, which means the private was blocking both of these spaces for track lays.
Oh.
Yup.
Because you
Want
buy
to
it
get
after.
in?
You can only do that next turn. Got it.
Yeah, we'll
Get in on this ooh action.
we'll just have to lay that. All right, that is the corrected version of my turn. Apologies.
Okay. Gets that. I cry at the terrible revenue. Tell me again how PRR is the best company.
I mean, the game's not over.
PNR out, goes up.
It also didn't float SR1 like it's supposed to.
This is true. That was an error on my part. I probably severely miscalculated that, and we'll see what the outcome of that is, but anyways. PRR will not purchase trains. So we move on to CNO.
Lily?
I think this is the right decision.
It's a butte.
The 80 plus 40, so it's 120.
Low key the best share in the game.
Let's pay that so up.
On to NYC?
Do that. I forgot about these things up here. I haven't been using them. I've been doing it all manually. That's 190. I'm going to take 190. We'll fall back one. And with that, thank fucking God, I'm gonna buy that 4 train. So I'm not totally screwed now, because if you guys bought all the 4s and put a 5, I was done. Like, have you guys spent all your money?
Threes don't melt until the 6 turn.
Oh
Yeah.
Mhm.
So with that, are you certain you want to buy this poison 4?
no, I don't. I honestly thought they melted on 5.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
thinking
going on
of
6.
1834.
Oh,
Which
I was
is-
sitting here like, how come you guys didn't kill me? I just realized my fuck up. Oh, I'm still gonna withhold. That doesn't change, but I'm not going to buy that shitty train anymore. I don't need it. Okay, we're good.
Yep.
That's,
Yeah, don't give Guerric that kind of power.
Don't give me that kind of power. All right, that is our first OR. We have one more. Starting with
I
NYNH.
legitimately thought I was screwed if you guys. Oh God, my heart. Oh, sorry, and that's me again, isn't it? Orange.
is.
Okay.
Back
That
to back.
changes. I'm so glad I didn't withhold now. I'm yellow. That's why I would have withheld, because I was worrying about making money to buy trains and not sell stock. Okay. What do I do here?
That's one of those things that bugged me for a long time, is that they rust on the 6s and not the 5s, because it feels wrong not having it like every rank, you know?
I don't know. I think it would be too punishing.
Oh,
Really.
it would. It would. Like, I mean, certainly it wouldn't work for this game. It's just one of those things like where instinctively rusting on the 5s feels more natural to me. So like,
I mean, I guess if you wanted to create a version of 30 that is guaranteed to end in bankruptcy, you could make it so the 3s rust on the 5s.
it sounds fun.
Yeah, that would have made this would have been so painful. Oh man.
I can call it 1830 off the rails. It's very original. We should probably play that one day.
Yeah, what's your track plan from here? You got your nice little loop for sure.
One, two. Well, that can't be done. What is the plan from here? That is a good question.
I mean, I guess you could lay the Y to go to Scranton.
But I can't go there.
Well, not yet.
Lily still
Lily
has
needs to buy in the thing, but
She won't.
It-
right?
it'll burn at the 5.
Yeah, she'll definitely
That's
buy it in at
true.
some point.
I mean, if
guess
you're
I
not
can
doing
set that
anything
up.
else, I guess you could start laying towards Rochester. Is the other thought?
This one is bought in.
Well,
I
it's
had that one.
yours. Yeah, you bought in the Mohawk and Hudson.
I did.
So it's open.
Like 1, 2, and I guess because you're gonna try and loop that, you're gonna complete that. So for 2 track lays, I can just mooch off of you.
I mean, I'm
Assuming he
not gonna
doesn't
lie. If
token Rochester.
yeah, if you lay towards Rochester, I'm incentivized to token it. That's the only thing.
Right.
Because if you token it before I can, Erie's
And then I
done.
can't use it if you token it.
Pretty much. It would just be an extra revenue center, an extra $20.
1, 2. I mean, I guess it doesn't cost me anything to really track to get there for now.
No, sure doesn't.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
true.
forces
Yeah.
me to get a token.
Yeah, I'll do that. It literally doesn't hurt for me to do it. That's NY. Yeah, so we'll do that. And New York runs for another 100. Perfect. Let's just do that. And we are going to pay out.
I've moved you
Thank
over.
you. New York is done.
Okay. On to PRR.
All right. I think it's this one. Don't normally get to put that one there.
No, I was gonna start building towards there, but Lily took the only mini turn. So I
Yeah,
immediately stopped worrying about it.
yeah. The fact that she did that and was holding on to Scranton, the DNH.
That's why I just gave up on it. I was like, I'm not getting it. I'm just gonna figure something else out.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense to me. PR.
That's why I said Lily knew what she did.
It was nice though, because it left me open to do
Yeah.
NY with PR. And I can run for 100. Hey, look, I'm finally getting halfway decent runs. If only I had another train. All right, I am paying out. I move to the right to this beautiful shelf. Oh, it's so great. Beautiful shelf. Thank you. And that is it for PRR. We're not purchasing any trains or anything weird.
Okay. Erie.
Erie is forced to token Rochester. Slightly sad about that, but it is what it is. We'll spend 40. And it will run for 60. Where's the this? It will pay out. And Erie is done.
Okay. The endo's up. The endo will upgrade this.
I'll be right back.
To that. Yeah. Pretty trash all around, but it is what it is. BNO runs for 40. No, I've got shares in the bank pool, don't I? Take it back. We're just gonna regret our track lay. And we'll lay this for 80.
We're gonna regret our track.
There was nothing good last round. Track lays. I thought Alan was gonna lay the ooh. I didn't think he would do this, and it was all kinds of messed up for me anyway, because if he did do this and I went to the ooh, then it gets weird with the other end, and it's not good. I mislaid though. It's a big deal. All right, we're running now for 80. Paying out. The endo is done. On to Lily with the C&O.
I feel like this is the most annoying thing to take.
Is it?
Why are there no chicken feet?
Why are there no chicken? It's right here. Here you go, Lily. Found it. There's your chicken feet.
Yeah. All right, I'll do that. Just increase my rep by 10 and pay out.
I'm back. Did I miss anything?
No, just me complaining.
Oh, why are you complaining?
Because there's no chicken foot tile green city upgrade in this game.
Oh, yeah, totally. Man,
I'm
you ever
gonna
feel
do
like
that.
the 30 tile roster is like the most limiting?
People
Yes.
complain about 1882s, but 1830s feels like it's harsh in ways that are more important, it feels like.
I mean, you only have straight cities. You only have the X and the K green upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
There is no like sharp to the left and gentle to the right
Right.
upgrade option for green. Which somehow always feels like it really should exist, but it doesn't.
Yeah. In my first
That
few
was the next
games
one.
of 18XX were 1846, where that track exists and the chicken foot exists. So like you guys heard me complaining like every time we played. How I was like, wait, where's this track? I need it.
So just so I did that, added 20 to my run because I got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3,
Yep.
210, and I paid out and I moved up and flipped it.
Sounds good. We are back to a stock round.
Nice.
Party deals on Alan.
Yep. Let's see. I think I'll just go ahead and gobble up this Bank Pool NYC share for 30. Yeah. It's on you, Garrett.
Yeah, I think following that same idea, I'll pick up a C&O for 60.
We're in such an interesting phase of the game where there's so much potential danger at taking extra liability.
Who's up?
Me. Thinking. Meh, screw it.
B&O's just running south now. That's actually not a bad run for it, though.
Wait, what'd you just do?
I bought
I
both
thought-
NYC shares because they're brown.
Isn't it brown just in the bank pool though?
Yeah, just from
No.
the bank pool.
Oh, is it just from the
Yeah.
bank pool?
Yeah.
Boo.
I mean, this is a topic of some disagreement, debate. Yeah. But I think the standard interpretation is only bank pool.
Got it. I thought it was either or, but you couldn't like buy from both areas.
That is, I think, the second most common interpretation.
So what's our interpretation?
Our interpretation is exclusively IPO shares are brown.
Perfect.
I mean, I think the IPO NYC shares are still not a bad investment. I actually wonder if getting NYC sold out is worse though for the people who are holding the shares, because it means that NYC has to withhold more to stay in brown.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking. So just give me a second. Damn. I'd rather not do that.
I forget the rule with like doing a loop. Since I have a loop here, say I had a 4 train, I can go 1, 2, like I start here 1, 2, 3, and come back, but it doesn't count. But I can pass through it again as long as I don't
cannot.
use the same track.
No.
Correct?
Nope.
No, you cannot pass.
I
through
can't
it.
use the same tile at all.
Yep.
But I mean, you could start with the dit and just go 1, 2, 3, and then go
Yeah,
from there.
yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure like how I had to plan stuff. That's all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The rules are you just have to contain the station. You cannot pass through the same city multiple times, and you cannot reuse a hex edge.
Got it.
I'm done.
You bought, you know.
I bought a Beano. Yeah.
I'm gonna buy that.
I'm gonna buy this Bank Pool C&O for 60.
I'll buy.
There's one more CNO.
Yeah, but then you have to buy an IPO share.
Only $7 difference. It's not like it's the worst. It's not like $100 for a 67 B&O.
Actually, Guerric, would you care if I took my purchase back?
Go ahead.
I'm just realizing the position that Lily's in.
What? Not very good?
Well, that you're gonna have to withhold if you want to get your private values. So that's an extra $8 for me to buy PRR instead.
You assume that I will do this, sir, but okay.
Well, you know, it's a safer bet for me either way, and PRR is paying out well at the moment.
It's fair.
Oh wait, why would I buy a bank pool when I can just buy an IPO for $1 cheaper? I'm an
I don't
idiot.
know.
For PRR? Because it's hard at 71.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, then I'll pay the extra 3. That's still better for me.
Yeah. I will buy a bank pool share, though, for 68. Lily?
I'm thinking. I'm going to buy a Erie.
All right, Pat, you're up.
No, I'm thinking. I think I'm going to spend 67 and buy NYNH. Go.
I'm on pass. Somehow you guys ended up with way more money off of me than me off of that OR set.
I mean, I ran for 210 and collected 70% of it.
This is true.
It's fair.
That did happen.
Just gotta crush those 3 trains.
Guerric?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy... an Erie for 67.
I will buy an Erie for 67 and then sell 2.
Dang it.
Rude.
Did you really not see that coming?
I didn't. It's a fine share. I figured you're just picking it up for value.
No, I need to manipulate turn order.
Do you?
Did it get lowered yet?
Yep.
Yeah, I already lowered it. Interesting. So you want B&O to go before Erie? How does that matter?
Because B&O is the only one who has enough money to buy a 5 train right now without withholding.
There's a 4
Oh.
train still in the pool, though.
Exactly, and Erie has enough to buy another 4 train, so I didn't want you guys colluding or doing anything silly. I
Oh,
wanted to make sure anyone who was incentivized to buy a 4 train is going after B&O.
well, I was super not incentivized to buy a 4 train, but it is okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any world where that happens, but that's okay.
Someone's got to buy that 4 train eventually. I'm just making sure it doesn't happen sooner rather than later.
The 4 train probably ends up getting bought by me eventually at this rate, but it definitely was not going to happen like with a cross-player collusion like that.
Hey,
I just rather take the safest path for me.
quick random question so that I can like be very sad with my position. Was this here when Erie ran?
No. That was the last thing.
Does it end?
Okay, I feel slightly better about it then.
Nope. You haven't gotten a chance to use it. That was NY. That's why Oh god,
NYC?
which one's which? Why did I take both New Yorks? NYC. Fuck. NYC laid that, and NYC was last to act.
Yeah,
And then
that's fair.
NYNH is first to act, so that's probably getting tokens, so you don't get to access to New York. I
Okay.
think that's the smart play with New York. I'm just saying that now because I'm first, but I'm trying to decide what I want to do. I'm sorry. Do I want to buy that last black or not? I feel like that's a bad idea, like you said. But if I don't
mean-
buy it, someone else buys it.
I'm trying to think if there's an argument for you to token somewhere else, but I think you're probably right. That probably is the best place for NY
I
and
say
H
at
to
this
go.
point, I'm not winning off of NYNC. I'm winning off NYNH. I'm winning off NYC, running for a ton of money.
I guess. So
And say just
I
keeping
guess
it.
the
Yeah, we'll see.
benefit is that NYNH retains the capacity to go to Rochester. It's just that it doesn't. You're spending money that just to block me. It doesn't gain you anything. Not really, anyways. Then again, I don't know what the long-term impact of tokening that
Actually, you know what? Yeah,
that
I'm going
location is.
to. I have a plan. Spend money. I'm going to buy the last one.
Ooh, yeah, you're really gonna be withholding a lot now, right?
Why is he withholding?
Well, if it rises up, he's gonna have to withhold multiple times to keep it in brown.
That's fair.
I think
You
I'm
might not want
90%,
to.
right?
You might just pay out and take
Yeah,
advantage
you're at
of having up
90%,
to 2 ORs.
which
Yeah, I'm at
is
90%.
a big
I
problem.
guess that's also possible, yeah. Because he's sitting at 90%. If he just pays it out, that would be
Yeah.
a pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean,
return.
2 payouts for 90% might be just worth it at that point.
True. We'll see. I'm on pass still.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was gonna grab that last NYC if it was still there, but it's not. So instead,
Yeah. I was
Uh,
debating between two different things I wanted to do, and that was the one I was like, you know what? The NYC is not going to stay there. Someone else will scoop that up to screw me. Might as well
Yeah.
get the extra 10%.
you were right.
Mm-hmm.
I just sadly don't have enough money to do both things I wanted to do.
All right, I'll just buy a B and O for 67.
I
Oof,
will
really? That leaves me
also
with 53. That's awful. Yeah, I
buy
should
a
have bought that
B&O for
NYC.
67.
I should have bought that
I
NYC.
pass.
I'm still on pass.
You know,
Guerric,
what,
passing?
I'm just gonna have made that B&O from the IPO and not the bank pool because I don't have enough to buy anything else.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm losing money, but I'm also keeping
Well, you're
something in the bank
strengthening
pool.
your company.
Yeah.
I'll take that last B&O, thanks.
I pass again.
I'm still on pass.
All right, I'm passing.
I'm on pass.
Hey. Didn't expect to ever see PD this game, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
All right, NYC rises
yeah,
I'm
up.
not normally one with money. I know, Pat.
Yeah, maybe you do double payout NYC because PD off of that amount of money would be pretty strong.
Hmm.
Anyways,
Yeah, I'll see. I'm going to where is it?
Another reason I dropped Erie is because I want to try to cluster all of them as much as physically possible.
I mean, it's fine. You left me the capacity to at least make it over to the ledge, so I don't feel too sad about it.
Cool.
Honestly, if I only get dropped that far this game, it's not a problem.
I'm just desperately trying to get back up to the ledge.
Where did your Guerric?
What's up?
Where's your $5 one that you had? The small one. Which
It's
company is
it's
that
on NYC.
Oh, it's right here. I have it. Okay, it was just hiding. I couldn't honestly it blended in on my screen. I could not see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that privates are still paying out. This feels like we're stalling out hard on this Poison 4.
We are.
I'm doing that.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm doing that. I'm then going to. Is that worth it? I don't want you having access to New York. Doing that doesn't change anything because I'd be blocked anyway. If you take it, I'm literally locked in if you take it. I have nowhere to go. So yeah. I'm going to token it for $40. Go here.
And it seems legit. The way you have looped New York, you do
Oh,
need
I paid out
to be
40.
able to have
One
some
sec.
flexibility for the late game. So I was kind of trying to talk you out of it, but It is probably correct.
Spend money. Sorry about that. Wrong thing. What runs doesn't change. It's still 100. So why did I get moved all the way back to 4 back here? I don't know, but someone did it to
the
help
companies
me.
rise up from the end of the SR?
Oh,
NYC was the only one
Yes.
that rises up, and I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that it happened. I didn't know where it was at.
100. We are going to pay out. There's no reason not to. Rise up 1. Flip. NY. Which one is it? NH is done.
Okay, PRR is next. I think PRR just lays the ooh. Feel like we want to do it this way. We'll see. We'll see how this plays out. I'll always at least be able to get to it. That's all I care about. PR. That's not a cost, is it? No. Okay. PR has a 3 train. It will run for 110. Oh yeah, so much better. PRR will. What will I do? We'll pay out. Okay.
PRR is done.
PRR is done.
Okay. B&O. B&O is going to drop the B on Baltimore. B&O is going to run for 100. B&O will withhold by the 4 and the 5. That's not a thing they can do. I'm only at 664, not 764.
I was like, that doesn't seem right.
And say something.
Sorry.
Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's still sitting there. Come on. Well, we are definitely not withholding then. We will pay out. And move over. Whoopsie. And still not want to buy that 4 train, pretty much. So yeah, B&O's done. On to Erie.
Okay. Do that. And Erie can run for 90.
What you thinking about?
I'm just debating. Green limit of 3 at the moment. We'll pay out. Well, yeah, pay out. Because there's some shares in the bank. It still makes sense. Alright, so Erie will move left. Move right, I mean. And Erie will see. Well, B&O probably has no way of busting 4 or 5, but sorry, I just need to do some quick math. You know, I think we're at the point where I am incentivized to go ahead and buy the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I just need to start running more trains in order to get value off of my shares. I hate it.
I know you hate it, but I had a feeling that you would be the one to pull it. So that's kind of why I needed you to go after B&O just to verify it.
I get it. I wasn't there in my train of thought until now. My train.
When are you allowed to
Um,
token on a turn? Anytime?
It's after letting track before running.
It's immediately right after? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the question now is, do I also buy over the 3 from PRR? So that I can force buy a 5? Or am I just buying a 4 over to PRR since it can run them better? That's probably the real answer to that question. I guess I probably want to be able to get one of the cheap permanents while I can. Yeah, I'm gonna buy over this while I have that as an option. So $47. Well, it's gonna run again, and there's shares in the bank pool. Let's just make it. Cool.
Erie's done.
Erie is done. Sorry for the long turn again.
Lily with the C and O.
Okay. All right. Well, 5's definitely gonna get bought. So I might as well try to get some revenue out of this thing. Oopsie. Other way. I'm sad I can't actually like use the. I can't
mean-
actually use the powers on that one. 'Cause
Got
I pay the mountain cost,
Uh,
don't I?
I mean, you can still lay the.
You can use the Champlain and
Champlain
St.
and
Lawrence.
Well, the Champlain
yeah.
St. Lawrence. I meant the DNH.
DNH, yeah, it costs the mountain cost.
In fact,
Yeah,
I'd
so-
argue that you 100% should, so that CNH can't be
Briefcase, yeah.
briefcase.
Or suitcase.
No, I definitely will lay the Champlain and Lawrence. I just was trying to see if there's a way I can take advantage of anything else, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you're just gonna miss out on the teleport unless you choose to buy it in for like $1.
This would be funny.
Oh, and you're gonna lay a mean dit, huh?
I'm debating.
You know,
Um,
you might end up.
Actually, yeah, it might be mine. I'm gonna go this way.
Okay. I was gonna say, like,
Um,
I don't know that it like is that beneficial for whoever opens can pack, but if you end up getting it, how sad would you be?
Right. I'm going to then do this. Because that increases my route by 10. It increased my route by 40 if I could token it, but I am broke. I will pay out. And NYC is up.
Oh, you're paying out?
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, you're trying to make it to the shelf. That's why.
Yes.
Because I was thinking you'd withhold so that you could
Yeah.
get the DNH over.
Um,
Because with one withhold, you could get full value out
that's
of
true.
DNH.
You know, let's do that actually. I'm sorry. I'm gonna unpay out. I didn't even consider that, if I'm being honest.
It's all good. That's what I figured you were doing this whole time, which is why I didn't buy into CNO.
Yeah, I'm not that smart. Alright. Cool. So I'll withhold and
Okay,
that's fine.
NYC.
If it makes you feel better, it stays a yellow share.
That's true. You being yellow isn't the worst.
NYC is gonna do that. Nothing changes. I'm still at 210. Do that.
Wait, what just happened to your
Okay, I
stock
feel like
price?
Sorry?
What did you just do to your stock price?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
No, I moved up here to mark the 210.
Got it.
Because
Sorry,
I
I
don't think
saw-
it's changed, right?
I saw movement on my
100.
left and I thought it was the
90,
stock market.
Nope. If I touch that, I announce that I'm touching that. I don't just say, I'm going to do this. I'd rather everyone be aware of what I'm doing so no one doubles down on it. To pay out? Trying to think. I'm going to choose to withhold. Moved myself back.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to buy a train?
No, I don't think. Oh, I can actually. I thought it was 550. It's 450. But no, I'm okay for now.
Really?
Okay. Well, that's the OR. We go on to NYNH.
NYNH.
Hey, privates pay.
Oh, private
Oh.
to pay.
Oh,
Yeah, because
Pat,
didn't kill them. Because Pat didn't kill them.
Pat, I'm just curious, why didn't you buy the 5 in? Like, I really
Huh?
can't think of a reason why you wouldn't buy a 5.
Because I don't want to say exactly, but I have a thought in mind, and it's all
Alright.
about turn
That's fine.
What was
order.
your thought
If
then?
you have a strategy, that's fine. It's just I don't know
I'm
why
not
you
doing
wouldn't
it for no
choose to
reason.
buy
I
the
have a
best
thought
train.
in head. I'm gonna lay that with NYC, and they're gonna run for their 100
Okay.
payout 100, and I'm gonna move them, flip them. You're good to go.
All right,
PR.
PRR.
Right. PRR is seriously debating if there's any tile lays that make sense.
Go in the other direction.
Yeah, that just feels like I'm helping you. Because I can't actually run that city, so with a 5 train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. I mean, I guess it would
I
be
mean, it's a
slightly
better
better
it's
than
a
running
better train.
Alpina.
Yeah, it's better than running that one, and it has upgrade potential than the 10 because it's effectively a dit that has your home station.
True, true. I'm still just helping you. What do you have? Yeah, you have 3, 4, which gives you a lot of. Because right now your 3's just running for 40.
Yeah, but I mean, like
Yeah, I think it's fine. It does technically help me for the future, so it's better than just not laying anything.
I mean, you could connect to the B.
Less. That is that is a potential argument, but I kind of like the idea of you connecting to the B.
yeah, he's gonna do it no matter what. So
And I can't run it this round anyways, so yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't have a train, so I am not able to run. And I will force buy a 4 train or a 5 train. Feels bad. So let's see here. 450 minus 258. Minus 172. So I need to make up 20 bucks. And I could just sell this NYC, but then it'll just get gobbled up and he'll have 100% value. That doesn't feel like a good idea. So I probably just sell the CNO. Makes the most sense. Sorry, Lily.
fine.
So it drops to 40, and I get 30 of that value. And I get a 5 train, and all the privates are dead.
All right, PRR is done.
PRR is done. Also, the train limit goes down, so this 3 train goes to the bank. If anyone wants to buy a 3 train.
All right, BNO's dropping that. BNO will drop a token. 40 bucks. Fort train. We're gonna go. It's our best route. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. 2, 3, 4. $14 versus 15. All right, yeah, we're going 1, 2, 3, 4 for 15. Paying out. Buying a 5 train. B&O is done. Erie's up.
All right, Erie was this one? Feel good about that token lay from earlier. Or that track lay, I should say. Can't believe you were wanting me to lay the double ooh when there was only 2 ooh tiles in this game.
It
You
was
would
a
have screwed me.
joke.
You would have screwed me so bad.
It was a joke.
Yeah, jerk.
Remind me to never make a joke again. You will interpret it as serious recommendations.
Never make a joke again.
Why is that?
You told me to remind you, so I did.
No, you're supposed to say the rest of it.
Oh, Lily.
Alright. Still not running as good as NYC, but we'll get there. Get there. Paying out. And okay, that's it.
Okay,
Me?
C&O.
All right. CNO will lay that gentle. CNO will be sad it's missing $6. I should have thought this through, but I didn't, like a dummy.
I mean, if it's, I don't know, like I'd give it to you, but that's just me.
I think it affects you the most, Alan, if I had $6 or not.
Yeah,
So
you probably don't want to do that, Alan.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take it. I feel guilty about it, but I definitely take it. Because, yeah,
I want you to feel all the guilt.
Okay, well, if you want me to feel guilt, then it sounds like I should take it.
I mean, it's an honest mistake that happened not that long ago, and I don't think anyone else could have done anything about it. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just when I transferred, I wouldn't have
I guess it
transferred
does
full
also
value.
affect B&O.
It really mainly affects if
It's-
you would have laid this track.
Where do
Yeah.
you think the token's going, Alan?
Yeah, where do you think the token's going here, Alan?
Oh,
Uh-huh.
We're all having
Yeah.
one conversation. You're having a different one.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm not gonna do it. It's okay.
Yeah, because you wouldn't have known he was going to lay that track down, right? Whenever you'd... Like-
No, but I actually had a secondary plan, and I would have still done it.
Okay.
Because I would have tokened here actually. Because I've been wanting to token that for a very fucking long time. So
I mean, if you're gonna token there, then I don't care.
Does
mean,
it
I've
work
never-
that way?
it doesn't. You know what? I might. Okay. As a way of making it even, I will be nice and token over here instead.
No.
Since you're letting me have the $6. I think we broke Guerric.
I just have a headache, that's all.
Oh, okay.
Garrick
Because
is
my-
Garrick is
Travel.
deciding he wants to sleep in your bed tonight.
All right. And then I'll run trains. So you run 160 plus 90, so 250.
I'm sad about selling that CNO. Oh well.
And I will pay out.
Oh, but you're so close to Brown, Lily.
I am very close to Brown, but I am last in PD, so I don't want to be anywhere close to Brown.
Fair.
All right, NYC is up.
Okay. Well, I regret not buying that train now just because of what Alan did. Because I was hoping turn order, this was going to get turned brown and I could just connect it. And I needed the money to be able to put the tile down, which is why I didn't buy the train.
I mean,
Because if I do it now, he tokens it, and he's gonna token it no matter what now because Lily is threatening to token it. Actually, he doesn't have money to token it.
Broke.
I mean,
These
all
are
it takes
both
is
broke.
a little
Transfer
bit
train.
of movement, a little
But
bit of
with
magic.
what?
Well, it's up to you. Again, I think that losing out on the last 5 train when you're sitting on a bunch of 3s is not worth it. But that is me. Like I think yes, you can screw
Yeah.
over my token position, but I'm still running New York. I'm still running fine.
If I
And
token here, how are you running New York?
he's
Oh, you
in
have
New
New
York.
York.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
have New York.
I'm in New York.
It
I'm
also
really
wasn't to
not that
ruin your
affected.
position. It was to give NYC access to both New Yorks. It wasn't to
Yeah.
ruin you. It was to benefit me.
So I am making the argument that if you don't pick up this 4 train,
Oh, I'm going to pick up the
you're-
train now. No, 100%.
or the
It's
5
not gonna. I'm giving up on it. That's why I'm saying what I was going to do because I'm not going
Yeah.
for it anymore. Because
There
there's
is
no
a
point
slight
because I'm
problem
not going
with
to get
this,
it.
guys. We're now
Huh?
in the 5 trains, and the train limit is 2, which the NYC is at.
Oh,
Mhm.
ooh.
You missed your
Oh,
chance
fuck.
to grab the 5 train.
You're right.
Well, he could have had.
And
No, that's okay.
NYNH
Because no one else can
could-
afford a 5 train at the moment. So that's okay. I just lose a turn with a 5 train. I can buy.
we're about to go
1,
into an
3
SR.
next turn. I can buy a
Yeah.
3 over to NYNH next on NYNH's
I'm saying
turn.
that more
and then buy it.
companies can float. Is what.
/ will because Lily is sitting on $500.
Okay.
It's fine. It just.
It's still not the end of the world. It just means I don't
No.
run for 1 turn.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll have the
Yeah.
money. I'm not
Mhm.
too concerned at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally fair.
makes sense. And I feel like you're probably withholding again to stay in brown, so you'll be able to afford a
I don't need to
6.
stay in brown. I just need to stay in orange.
Oh, that's true. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me feel better because I'm holding one of those shares.
Angry Tetris. The track next to CPR is because of the private, the CSTL, the automatic one there. We just laid it there to make sure nobody could suitcase CPR later.
Yeah, not buying that was maybe a misplay, but that's okay. What can I do to save this now? I can lay.
I mean, maybe you do lay it, honestly. Because if you're going to have to withhold again at some point anyways. Well, no, because your 3 trains are going to burn. So
Yep.
no.
I'm gonna do that. And then that's still 210. I think I need to pay this one out, even though I lose $10, 10% of it. I need to worry about not having NYC have to buy too much. This is gonna be rough either way. I should have bought that train. Oh well, gambled, didn't pay off. I'm gonna pay it
That
out.
happens.
All right, I've moved you over.
Thank you.
And that's the operating round?
Yep.
Stock round.
Realize there's a 3 train in here.
Oh no, that's supposed to be
No,
there.
it's supposed to be there.
Oh,
Because 1830 is dumb, and trains that end up in the bank pool if they aren't rusted.
oh,
And
okay.
if someone-
Someone's forced to emergency fund. They have to go for the 3 train before the 5 right now.
Yes.
But that'll rust anyway, so it doesn't overly.
But that means you have to pay for the 3 train before you can buy like a 6 train.
But if someone, oh, okay, that's fair.
It's just timing. It's just timing.
Oh, no one can buy them. Buy 1.
It is a very strange rule that I don't think any other games really replicate.
Well,
It kind of feels like AD does it a little bit,
Are
just
they both
because
floating?
of
I don't
like
think they're
that
both
it's a timing
floating.
thing again. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, none of the games actually like send it to the bank pool, by my recollection. Like I think
No.
all of them just get rid of the train.
Let it burn.
I'm gonna spend money and buy the B&O.
You know?
That's a
Go.
C&O.
Sorry, C&O.
Okay, as long as you know what you're buying.
Yep, lilies.
I'll buy the other CNO from the bank pool for 50. And then super sad that I had to sell it in the first place.
One more.
Also, I forgot to ask before I did pay out. If I get bumped up here, which I am going to be getting bumped up here, I don't have to sell it until the next stock round. So if I end up back here, I'm still fine, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. I was pretty sure.
Um, ugh.
I will be right back.
There are no safe investments.
CNO is plenty safe.
I'll just grab a B&O, which is not the right answer, but it is what it is.
I'm going to sell an NYNH for 80. And I'm parring Campac at 100.
Yeah.
I just want to make Angry Touchers happy. My entire goal
Doesn't
right now.
change anything for me. Okay. Well, I did play something wrong. Oh well. I see a mistake I made. That's okay. Sorry, my turn. One, two, three. Yeah, let's do that. There what? That's fine. So spend money. I'm gonna buy one of those Erie. Go, Alan.
An Alan Brasher.
So you starting can pack means you have to buy this first.
No. Only if it's emergency fundraise.
Got it. Okay.
Because emergency fundraising goes for the cheapest available train, you know?
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's not usual for a game to have two different types of trains available in the 30 style that we've played.
Yeah, not in the 30 style or anything.
Like 46, I think is the only. I think the 46 style games are more like that because they're the double-sided trains.
Yeah, 46,
I'm back,
24,
sorry about
CZ, I
that.
think. You are up.
Okay. Who bought what?
I parred Campac.
And I took an Erie.
I bought a B&O.
Okay. Sounds good. I am max on Erie and PRR. I only have $97. Looking at good value on IPO and YNHs. Not so much for B&Os. Guess NYNH isn't running much. But in theory, well, that's a weird train situation. B&O, it's got a permanent. But I can't afford it, so. Oh, it's the last IPO share too. Yeah, I think I just buy the NYNH for 67.
I'll just buy a can pack. And then I'm on pass.
Buy cam pack.
Oh man. If Lily keeps CNO yellow, she's in a
Buying
killer
that
position.
Erie.
I am on pass.
All right, actually, Ellen buying that, or Pat buying that Erie means I'm going to dump the can pack and pick up an Erie from the IPO.
Make me sad. You wound me, sir.
Uh, 67. Back to Lily.
Yeah, I'll just buy another cam pack.
I'm going to buy.
You're at share limit, Pat. Oh wait,
I
no,
am
never mind.
not.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I
What
am
am I
not.
talking about?
Yeah, Pat has a commanding share lead, and this is a game about share density.
That's true.
Although, like, 9 of them are worth like 40 at the moment, but yes.
It doesn't matter yet.
They pay out well though.
Yeah,
They
they're-
do.
Well,
it's
only when they pay out.
yeah, it's still a problem.
It is a problem.
Let's see. Alan's passing, presumably. I don't have enough money to buy anything. Well, no, yeah, I don't have enough money to buy anything, so I'm on pass as well.
Yep. I think it's just Lily floating can pack and whatever Pat does.
I floated cam pack. Move,
Well, I want PD.
go, move, please.
Well, you still have a lot of space in your hand to hold more certs, presuming
I
you
do.
keep black where it is.
So I'm saying I don't think I care about PD at this point. I'm gonna buy that can pack for 90.
Okay. I'm still on pass. I think Lily probably does care about PD because she could drive it to Brown. Although I guess there's only one left, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't know if Lily cares more about PD or buying another share.
I'm gonna buy the last B&O.
Then I'm pass.
I'm on pass.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is the round Guerric and I lost.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I lost a few rounds ago. At the end of the round, NYC rises up 1. B&O rises up 1. Erie
Erie.
rises up 1, and that's it.
Yeah.
All right, we have 3 ORs, nothing pays. First up is the can pack.
All right. Hand pack will. I don't know what I'm doing now. I'm gonna spend 80 to play the sharp. And then I'll go ahead and buy that 5. Oh, I should put my home tile up. Doop, 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 doop. And I think that's it, because I fell back for not running. Yep, I'm good.
Real quick, are you intentionally running through Kingston?
What?
I remember you ran into this issue a couple of games ago. You ran CPR through Kingston and then regretted it or something. I wanted to make sure that you're
Yeah,
doing this.
no, I'm intentionally doing this.
Okay.
This is illegal.
That is illegal. Who laid that?
How was that?
It's
Oh,
running.
he's going into a gray.
Yeah, it's running into a
I
gray.
did. That was one of my track lays. Because it was originally this.
You can just
You
replace
can
it with
just
that.
say I didn't. Okay, if we're okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Doesn't change any. As long as I thought it worked in my head. My bad.
I knew there was a track lay that was legal there. I just didn't even really look at what you laid. I just trusted it was correct.
Nope, that's my bad. I forgot it went to the gray.
Yep.
My bad.
Oh, good.
My turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll do that. So that changes it to 60, 30 plus 50, so 140. And they pay out. Move up, flip. Done.
All right. B&O. B&O is going to. What's the jump? $20 versus is 10. Running a 5 and a 4. Yeah, we'll upgrade New York. Yeah, we don't have the money to station it or anything. That's fine. We're gonna run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. Double hitting the 30s probably better. Oh, nope. We're double hitting the B because we're not running for max either way. Yep, that's what it's going to be. Let me add that up. It's going to be 4, 6, 11, 16, 19, 20, 28, 32. Pay it out. Bino's done. Erie's up.
Okay. Erie's gonna lay about this for. God, I have to think about another ooh placement. Just gonna do that. So it should this. Just do a quick look. Nope, that doesn't work.
Yeah, you'd want it
Almost.
to be. You'd want it to be this way for that one. Oops.
Or the other way, you mean? This.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
That doesn't work either.
Oh, that,
Oh, well,
okay,
oh,
so
sorry. For the old one, sorry.
That tile
a different
just
tile.
doesn't fit. It's fine. Oh, I think it's this one, right? Yeah,
No.
it's probably that one actually.
Oh.
Yeah, that one works. Yep.
So I just turned that one.
Yep.
Okay, we'll run it for now. Yeah. All right, so Erie is gonna run. I see your 50, 90, and then so it's running 200. God, Erie is so slow to get off the ground. I hate it. Hate it so much.
PRR?
Oh, right into PRR, huh? Alright, so that's the one I need for that, so let's do need to do something weird as possible. That one.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh no.
I could do that. Just this also just kind of scary, but it's still better theory. I think that's what we do. Then 5, 2. B is probably best. I either do that or I run to. Yeah, that's the best run. So it's going to be 90, 7 plus 50 is 220. Not matching B&O's 2. 2 is too good. So we'll do that thing. Actually, does anyone care if I take back my payout on Erie?
Sure.
I was the last one to do it, so
That's fine.
just fix it really quick. Payout, withhold instead. Does that work? Where does the math fall? Mm. No, I'm not gonna do that yet. So I will do the payout, sorry. Last time. Wait, that's wrong. There, fixed it. However, PRR will withhold at 2. Theory is in the right place. Cool. All right, I'm done.
Okay. So we're on C and O.
C and O will do something cool. It'll be great. Let's do this. Yeah. C and O's run has not changed. It's still, yeah, it's still 250, so I will just go ahead and pay out.
All right, NYC.
I'm gonna upgrade that. Doing that raises NYC to 300. 80, 10, 40, and then 80, 40, 50. And one. I'm gonna pay out.
I moved you over.
Thank you.
All right. NYNH is up.
Oh, that's me again. Fuck.
No breaks. Work, work, work.
Do I need to lay any track on it? Does it matter? Actually, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that better? Because it's. I don't think that's going to be better. Yeah, he can do it. I'm going to do this anyway. Oh no, I'm not going to do that. That would be really stupid. I just realized what company I'm on. I'm not going to lay anything. I'm just going to pull levers. 14, I believe. Oh wait, no, it's gone up by 2. Should be 16 now. 8, 10. Wait, 8, 40, 13. No, it. Oh no, it did. Yeah, 8, 40, 50, 90, 170. Am I doing that right? 90, 170. Yep. 170 payout. Move on.
Okay. Can pack. CPR, Lily. CPR is all done then? Looks like it. Yeah, okay. B&O is up. B&O will... Go ahead and upgrade that. Are there even other cities to worry about? There's one over there. Not really. All right. Running same thing before, basically. 4, 6, 11, 15, 19, 20, 28, 32. Now hold on, Queen. We can probably optimize with you. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, and we got the other route into the B now. Hold on. Let me think about this. 2. Yeah, let me add that up. Nice. So 5 train is going New York. Ooh, 40, 50, 20. The 4 train is going New York, DIT, 40, 50, which adds up to 420 total.
Nice.
Lays it. Uh, is a lot of moolah. We're in an awkward spot. Yeah, I'll pay out. Oof. No, I take it back. We're gonna withhold. That'll be that. B&O's done. We're on to Erie. PRR time. Tetris, I did not make this one. Although it's a very nice one. So I could understand why you'd be confused. Can't tell if people are muted and don't realize it, if they're just not talking.
No, I'm thinking. I'm sorry.
I have been talking this whole time. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
So this is 100, 180, 240. How is my run worse than last time? Did I miscalculate my last run? How was I at 25 before? 10, 90, 140, 180. Huh. I don't know how to fix that. Ugh. Well. I will... Oh wait, no, I ran for 200 last time, so I don't... Someone else must have moved my thing. Anyways, I will... Wait a minute. Oh, it's because I'm looking at Erie's token, not PRR's token. Ha!
That would make a difference.
Yeah. Yep. I'm just being silly. Let me do this. 460. I'm definitely withholding. I'm just debating if I should have tokened this spot here. Uh, mm, math. Math. Yeah. Slightly retroactively, I'm gonna go ahead and lay this token. And then I'm going to purchase over a 4 train from Erie for the full 360. All right, PRR moves back, and it's done.
All right, C and O time. Lily?
Yeah. Herm.
Who's Herb?
I think I'm going to be sad that that tile is gone. Where is it? Oh wait, no, I just can't visualize it when it's on its side.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it's that one. I'm gonna do this. Then it's still for the 160 plus 60, 100, 120, so 280. And I will pay out.
And then NYC is up.
If they can't run, they fall back one, right?
Correct.
Basically, as if they withheld. Same thing.
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna upgrade this choke track like that. Yep, just like that. My amount hasn't changed. It is still 300. I'm going to withhold because I see what's coming over there with Erie.
If I can force you to withhold even once, probably worth it.
All right. We have one more OR, starting with NYNH.
Anyway, it shouldn't change its amount, but can I afford to do what I want it to do? 120. If I withhold, I can, and I think I should. So you're gonna do that. 1, 2. Yeah, okay. I'm going to spend 120.
Ooh, are you gonna make Boston and Maine viable?
I'm gonna do that. So I'm spending
Nice.
120, and then I'm gonna withhold the 170. So I'm just gonna take 50, and you
It's
can move
fine.
me back one.
That's a cool strategy to get out of this. I love that.
You know, if you want, you could just
I'll
lay the gentle into the B, because the B is gonna turn into that.
Because they're gonna end up with the diesel.
It's fair.
Yeah, it's just gonna take 2 track lays to put this together.
I mean,
I guess that's fair.
I have how many ORs left? That was the last one.
And I guess it's more a question of, would you rather make sure you don't get trapped by that $80? Like if the money ends up not working out?
They're gonna lay it right now.
Okay.
On their turn.
Okay.
And withhold, right? Because they can do it. Although they don't get to withhold, they have to emergency buy, I guess, technically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'll still
you
have
can
the money.
you still get to lay track first.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
comes
I'll
before
still have the
first
money.
entry.
They're gonna buy a 6, right?
Yeah.
The other 6.
Actually, this is not a legal tile lay.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
True.
B has to be the one to lay that.
Okay, never mind. Thank you. I can upgrade things later. Whoop, that's not it. This one. I did not realize that wasn't the legal tile lay. Okay.
Yeah, because it would go off
Cool.
the map.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, BNO's up. BNO. It's honestly kind of out of track lays. We'll just upgrade this.
What do you mean? It's just running because it's good?
It's just running because it's good. Imagine that.
Yeah, I hate that you managed to get 4-5 so easily.
And we'll just drop that there. Since we're not getting a diesel now.
Rude.
And we'll run for the same as last time, but plus 20. Since the B was upgraded and this was upgraded. No. B was upgraded and this was upgraded. Yeah. Pays out. B&O is done.
Wait, why did B&O go? Fuck off.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I skipped can pack.
Fuck off. Can pack runs for a whole $30 more and will pay out. And then it's going to spend all of its money to buy that 3.
The thing of beauty.
All right. Order is restored.
Ooh,
The
are
Erie
you
is
gonna
up.
be able to make? Are you gonna be able to do the 4 trade-in?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's so great. I'm so glad I timed this the way that I did. All right. We're gonna lay. What's the best way to do this? This ends up being a bad long-term tile lay, I'm realizing. It's unfortunate. Oh well. Let's do this guy.
You could always do something funky like that.
I could, but that opens me up to being tokened out of it. This is defensible, whereas that would
Fair.
not be in any way defensible. Oh wait, no, actually, let's, because I need to be able to run for max profits, which means I need to be able to hit all of those.
That also makes sense.
Oh no.
170.
Well, now I'm depressed.
Yeah, I don't know what the right answer is. I mean, I guess
not for Erie. I'm depressed because I realize I'm $10 short.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh
I get
no.
17. I can't make 18.
So
Do you want to withhold with CPR?
Oh yeah. No, I don't. I
Okay.
want to keep paying no CPR. I'll just withhold the CNO twice. That's fine. Actually, no, I do want to withhold with CPR. You're right. Sorry, I'm gonna just reverse my brain for
Okay.
a second. Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm being silly. I can't do a 4 trade-in yet because no one's bought a 6.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, I will just pay out and stop agonizing. Oh my gosh, I actually paid something out. And I will buy a 6 train. Which removes all the 3s.
Oops.
Okay. On to C&O.
Okay.
Oh
C
man.
and O. I think I can do this. Yeah, I think I can do it. I'm gonna pay 80 to not that. To lay this one. And then it will just run for 160, of which it will withhold and fall back. And then oh wait. How much is it? I thought it was
It's-
7. Am I mixing
800.
up games?
It's
Okay,
800.
I'm mixing up games. Sorry, give me. Let me restart.
Are you still gonna be $10 short?
I might still be $10 short. Are you?
Guerric,
No, I'm not. I have a way of getting around this. So it's there, and then
Guerric, this token makes me so sad.
I know.
I need the city.
So rude.
All right, and then with that, I could run for 170. I will do this.
There you
Damn
go.
it. Rust all the 4 trains! I can't let Guerric have that 5 and 4 for
Yeah.
much longer.
Can you just bypass the 6 with her diesel?
After 1 6 is bought, you can trade in a 4, a 5, or a 6 for a diesel.
Actually, you can also buy a diesel after the first 6. It's
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just no one ever does it because you may as well trade in.
true.
Yeah. That said, looking at turn order, Pat's gonna get the 6 train, which means
Right now.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're gonna end up purchasing a 6 and a diesel. No
Yeah,
one
it's
else
not
is
good for
really
Pat's
impacted.
value.
No. No, I think this game is either Lily's or Garric's. Probably Lily's
Definitely
based
Lily's.
on
Definitely Lily's.
share density. I mean, I have a decent set as well, but my values on my stocks are not as good, I think. Also, just my cash value sucks.
Yeah, Lily's got better share density, probably better share quality, maybe.
I mean,
Better
We
cash.
can play. It's hard because I want to play it out, but I'm
yeah,
also
because I
very
have like
tired.
a plan for like I don't. Are we not doing the next?
We can finish it out.
think
It's just
I think it's close enough that we should play it out. For
Okay.
sure. And we're not far from finishing, honestly. We're very-
I don't know about that.
I think
I
it's
mean, I
further away
think-
than you think it is, Alan.
Really? When almost every company has a permanent train?
There's $8,000 in the bank, and we haven't bought
A
the
company.
diesels yet.
I mean, what I'm looking at is there's
Pat's floating B&M. We're gonna buy
Mhm.
2 diesels and a 6, which puts a
Mhm.
bunch of money back in the bank.
it does, but I think we just press. We will very quickly reach a point where we're just pressing payout every turn. But I don't know if you guys are like not wanting to go through it, we don't have to.
We can go through it. It's whatever. It's just going to take us probably another 20 minutes minimum.
I was thinking
Oh yeah.
longer than that, but okay, yeah, let's just go. Let's just go.
I'm definitely thinking more than that. I'm just saying minimum 20 minutes if we like blaze it.
At a minimum, I think we can go for another round just to cement in our minds how much this is Lily's game.
I don't think it's as much of my game as you think it is, but okay.
Well, see, that's the thing. Who are we calling it for then?
I think it's Lily's game. Easy.
I think Lily's the only one who doesn't think it's Lily's game.
I mean, I think that
Pat. Sorry, Lily and Pat are the people who don't
I think
it's
I
Lily's
have a good chance still whenever I'm done my turn, but
game. All right.
I don't know.
Why don't we go
Maybe
to
I
the
don't know enough.
Let's go to the SR.
No,
All right,
no, we're halfway through this OR.
Oh, right. Oh, I thought Pat went for oh, sorry, it's NYC's.
I was gonna say like PRR and also
Was it what?
does CNO fall back?
Yeah, Sienna does fall back.
Actually, that makes a pretty big difference.
Sorry, my brain is. I'm really tired and I'm starting to not function, and that's why I wanted to maybe do like a split session or something else because I don't know if I'm going to make the best decisions from here on out. Honestly, I don't know if I've been making the best decisions.
I mean, I think you're in a pretty solid position. But anyways,
Well, yeah, PRR is up. We've got 2 more companies.
yeah, PRR. What does PRR do? I'm only running a single 5 train now, so I don't know that PRR really has decisions, since I now have to go through this DIT. Yeah, I'm always hitting New York, so I don't think it matters. I think I'm just running for the same for the rest of the game. 240. 240 sounds right. And paying out.
All right, NYC.
I fall back and I spend 600. Actually, I don't spend 600. I'm gonna spend. Can I emergency buy a diesel? Am I allowed,
Nope.
or do I have to buy the 6?
You have to buy the cheapest thing available. This is where that
Okay.
matters in a 30 style game.
Cool. 600. Spend money. Done.
Yeah. In theory, what you could do is buy the 6 over to
That's what I'm going to do
NYNH.
instead. It just would have saved me money not having to do that. I could have ran right away,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
All right, that is our operating round. We're back to a stock round. PD is on Pat.
200. Parring this at 100.
Does that actually help you?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think it does, because the most you can get is $1,000, and the diesel is 1,100, so you're
Yep.
automatically losing $100.
Yep.
Okay, so long as you have it in your mind. I will. Let me see here. You got Campac, CNO, and NYNH are the options. And NYNH is going to end up with a 6 train, so I should ignore what its current run is. But CNO also has a diesel, which is going to be an insane. Well, not insane, because it's only running to here. 60, 80, well,
You know, some people play this game and actually run diesels for money. Can you imagine that?
I mean, we'd have to play this game very differently to have that happen.
Right?
I think probably running
tokening
that
is
diesel
a-
for about 200.
Our tokening is a wee bit aggressive for diesels to have good runs.
Yeah. NYNH is probably running for not as much as it wants to with a 6 train. 13. Yeah, it's actually, I think NYNH is as good as it gets currently. I think share density wise, the CNO is the right pick, just because I can pick it up for cheap, and it's in a yellow. So let's do that. So $60.
Yeah, I think CNO was an easy pick.
Sorry, I spent so much time mulling over the easy pick.
That's we'll just grab that PRR for
Yo.
71.
I'll spend 67 for the NYNH.
Oh yeah, the value, love it.
And it makes sense because you didn't have 10% yet.
Are you just continuing to float B&M?
No, I pass.
Oh, interesting. All right. Campac has a permanent, so I'm gonna buy a Campac for 82.
As will I. Lily?
Can I just
Campac?
buy Campac, yeah.
Pat? Oh wait, did I just underspend for the Campac? It's 100 and I spent 82.
Oh, I did too. Sorry about that. Oh, spend an extra 18. Pat, are you still on pass?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass. I was thinking.
That's fine. I'll pick up the last camp pack.
All right. Yeah, I'll pass. Lily?
Um, I think I just pass. Actually, let's do some damage. I'm gonna buy B&M.
I pass.
I will buy B&M as well. Man, this is great. I never have yellow shares in this game.
I'll buy and sell a B&M. Lily?
um,
You gonna spend the 10 to force float?
yeah, I'm spending the 10 to force float, and then I'm gonna sell both of them.
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
I need room now.
Lily, don't forget to actually spend the 10.
Here,
Why-
I can
oh,
move over.
sorry, you're right.
There you go. You got some room now.
The table.
It got excited to see you.
Okay, I'll pull my stuff back over then.
I figured it was time.
Oh man, no briefcasing B&M ever.
We don't allow briefcases in our games.
It always feels like a mistake when it happens. Like somebody screwed something up.
Yeah.
So Lily was the last to act, right?
Yeah, Pat, it's
I
you.
pass.
I'll buy a B&M from the supply. For what is it at now? 76?
Yeah. I'm passing.
Passing.
Pass.
That's a cute emoji, Sharp Dragos.
Mm.
So I understand, right? He buys it, he gets president now, right?
This is correct.
I would
Okay.
do, and you would have to force take it back, which you can't afford to do. I think you have plenty of yellow certs that it wouldn't really matter. Which is why I'm thinking it's probably not worth it.
Also, you would need to sell something to do it.
Well,
No, he's got-
that's. I think I just stay where I'm at from a share density standpoint. Because I'm thinking, well, okay. There's a.
Because you sell something, Guerric buys it.
This is true.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Okay.
I'm debating.
Nom nom.
I'm debating my current situation. I think you're in that weird trifecta situation where you could theoretically shift your money around, emergency buy a train to NYNH, sell off your B&Ms, dump B&M on me with $0 in the coffers. So I probably don't stay more than one. Which is a little sad. I'll just sell the one back to the bank. I shouldn't have bought it. But I've affected your value a little bit, at least.
My whole 2 shares. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm heartbroken.
yeah, I know.
Y'all gave me $800. I'm so heartbroken.
If you're stuck with the liability, I think you're.
I'm not stuck. This is exactly what I wanted.
That's fine.
I would Garrick has to go again and pass or buy.
I'm passing.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
on
we're all
pass.
just passing at this point.
Okay. At the end, everything except for NYNH and B&M rise up.
That's the part that sucks, but I'll survive.
All right, we have 3 ORs. First up is going to be NYNH.
NYNH falls back 1 because it doesn't run. NYNH buys 6 train for all its money. Spend money. Take money. Go.
Okay, B&O's up. B&O's going to... Yep, may as well. Spend 120 to go there. And then with its 5 train, it's going to go... Ooh, that might be the run. Let me double check. It's the same. 260. I can either run it from here up to the 80, or I can run it from the 80 around to the 80. Either way, it's 260. Doop. Pan out. B&O's done. Erie's up. No, I'm sorry. Canpack is up, then Erie. Canpack.
So rude.
Lily?
All right, time to begin the trek. Whoop. Campak's just paying out.
Erie.
Erie. I think it just lays this dit, and I think that's as good as it gets for Erie. So I could try to loop that way, but I don't think it does anything. I think I'd just be sad that I lay through Rochester, which is a crappy city.
I don't know how to run Erie. I'm gonna be honest. It's a weird.
It's a weird little puzzle up there. I don't know either.
Maybe. Is there a way to do that? Not with this. I don't. Could this maybe? No. This. Yeah, I think all Erie's got is laying this. And it will run for 230. And I think Erie is just on its paying out for the rest of the game kind of situation.
All right, B and M.
That's me. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm going to do emergency. I'm going to fall back one. Emergency fund.
You're not laying
spend
any track?
100. Oh, yes. I'm upgrading its base. Sorry.
Mhm.
Where's the B? That. Thank you.
Mhm.
Do that. I'm going to spend that 1,000 and it's going to buy a D.
All right. You still need to spend 100 of personal money?
I already did.
Okay, cool.
Okay, on to PRR.
PRR will simply pay out.
C and O. Lily?
Um. Yeah, I don't think Cena's landing each. Oh wait, no, Cena's laying track. What am I talking about?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, this is funnier.
I mean, Erie wasn't coming that way anyways. You don't want to be able to connect to the ooh?
No, because I can't.
Get that dip?
It makes way more sense to go to Chicago. You blocked it off, so it's not a good route for me.
No, I mean you're running the diesel, so like you can either run to the. Well, I guess the B
It's
is
the
the
same,
same value.
yeah.
It's the
It doesn't
exact
matter.
same. So I don't.
So
And
she has
less
no reason to
work.
play nice.
Nope. I
Well,
mean, I'm not a nice person to begin with, so
I don't know that Erie gains any value by going anywhere than where it's already at. God, Erie just isn't a good.
wow. CNO's
Fine.
not doing as hot as I wanted it to. So I'm running for 240, and I will pay out.
Yeah, I figured that was about where that would be.
NYC.
Mhm.
Already working on it. Take money. 901. Okay. So I need to get $200. So can pack is how much right now?
100. That's half
Perfect.
of
I actually made I made $10 off of that. I bought it for 90. So that's gone. And I need another 100.
it. Yep.
Campak's making the least, and Erie's making the least, really. That's a little shocking. Alright. I need to sell 2 Eries, don't I? Yep. Both Eries. Erie can drop as well.
Do you need to sell 2 Eries? I guess you
Yep.
do.
I
Okay.
do.
Glad it's on a shelf.
180, take money. Whoop. Spend money. Take money.
Nice.
1100, spend money. And we are all sorted for
Nice.
3 shares.
And now you're running New York on 3 different companies. That's pretty solid.
Yep. That's its turn. It falls back if you haven't done it yet.
I have not
'cause
done it
couldn't
yet.
run.
Now done. Okay,
And you're good.
let's do it again.
Did NYC go?
That was just NYC right there.
Oh, that was NYC. Okay. Well, ignore me.
B&O's up first. B&O has no track lays. Yeah. It just runs. On to Canpack. Lily?
Um,
You're almost there.
Um, okay, I'm done.
Looks like NYNH is up.
Okay, and it has a 6. So trying to remember here. Was that it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I believe it's the same thing either way. Okay. 40, 50, going up to the 40 for another 90, 80 for 170, 180 plus the 50, which I actually can upgrade first. So it's a 60. Do that. So I gotta count again. 50, the 90, 100, 180, 190 plus 60, 270. So I want to
Just
double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 270?
yeah, I mean, it looks right to me.
Cool. Payout.
Random side note is this spoke late this way might be able to get you into the green. I guess you're running a diesel, so it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, just leave it like that. It's either way, it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I just put it down. Yeah.
All right, Erie.
All right. Erie just keeps paying out.
All right,
Oh,
PRR.
actually, Erie is gonna lay a tile. Hang on. Just do. Oh, well, maybe not if the tile that I need is gone. I think the tile I need is gone, so it doesn't matter. Yep. Never mind.
So PRR.
Da, da, da. Erie's gonna lay this guy here. And PRR is gonna lay this hook and then press payout.
All right, C and O. Lily. C and O hit payout.
Yep.
B and M.
Pretty sure they're also at 27. Trying to see if there's anything better.
Oh, you can also hit Mansfield.
Oh, cool. They get 28. Thank you. They have a diesel.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's anything better at the moment. And I don't know if I can lay anything to make it better.
Oh,
Connecting.
actually, so you can't go through this. So you get
Oh,
stuck.
shit.
Hey, Max Cerrone 79. This is 1830 Railways and Robber Barons. An 18XX game.
Subtract 40 from whatever NYNH was getting, because you
50.
still hit one of the dits.
Oh, it's a different fit. Yeah. Can I fix that? Oh, fuck. that doesn't get fixed. I don't think I can. Okay. Down 40, so 23.
Paying out?
Yep.
All right, NYC.
That's me again. Sorry. I'm pretty sure they also run for the 270 with their diesel. Well, actually, wait. 1, 2. They might run for more, actually. 2, 3. No. 50. Yeah, no. 50, 90, 100, 80, 90, 250. It's worse that way. Wait, am I counting wrong? 1 sec. 50.
Thanks, Maxaroni. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a game about investing in train companies and then dumping the shares of those train companies to trash their value and forcing people to go bankrupt. It's fun. It's fun. It's mean like Food Chain is.
$250. I may have done yellow wrong by $20. I'm not 100% sure. I'm counting 250 now, not 270. 40, 50, 90, 100, 180, 190 plus 60 is 250. Okay, I'm going to pay out 20 negative on the other one. Payout. Okay. Should be fixed.
Okay. One more time. Starting with me, I'm just paying out. And then Lily with Can Pack.
Continue your trek.
I will continue my trek. I don't have money to pay for a token at the end of my trek, but I'm gonna continue it anyway. Damn it! Oh wait, no, I'm getting money from this one. Never mind. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
So rude. I mean, all of those shares are about to be purchased. It doesn't matter.
That's true.
Although I guess I don't know because you don't have anything in yellow anymore. Guerric,
Yeah.
well, Guerric can buy a bunch of shares though,
Mm-hmm.
and Pat has a bunch of share density space.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't.
I mean, you're gonna have to sell some of your NYCs.
I'm aware.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Honestly, it's probably worth it withholding once to stay in orange.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Just so I don't have to sell them this turn.
Yeah. I mean, if you can get one more set of payouts and it costs you one withhold, I think that's a good trade.
Yep. I was already thinking that.
Anyway, where are we? Did Can Pack pay out? Yes, it did. So we're on NYNH, Pat.
I'm pretty sure I'm just going to hit the pay. Oh, wait, not negative 20. Let me go click the token again just to that. 10. Unless I'm counting wrong, I'm just going to do that.
All right.
Go.
Erie.
Hang on, something's weird here. Did one of these get flipped at some point?
One of what get flipped?
Why are there 3 of this tile?
There are 3 of both of those, I thought.
Did I miscalculate
Yeah,
something?
there's always been 3 of these tiles.
No, but there's only
It's out
one.
here. And there's 2 in the pile here.
Oh, dang it. Okay, I misplayed a little bit, so that's fine.
Are we trying to eat them all up?
No. Lay that. Okay. And then I'm going to press payout.
All right,
And
PRR. Paid out.
PRR is going to lay this and then pay out.
All right. C and O. No, B and M. Pat.
Yeah, sorry. I'm pretty sure B&M is still just 220. Trying to think. 10, 60, 70, 80. I always recount this. 80, 160, 170, 210. See, that's why I recounted, just to make sure. 210, payout, go.
Okay, C and O. Lily, pay out.
Yeah, just pay out.
NYC.
We'll see. Now, Alan laying that is.
Yep.
I do that. Does that change it? One. No,
And you
'cause it-
can really like break your brain with looping in this game.
You can, yeah. I never should have laid this. As soon as I realized it was the same value running double and New York is running just down, I should have just undone it, but it's fine.
doesn't change anything. It's just that's literally not any better. It's actually 10 worse 'cause I lose this one. 1, 2. Yeah, it's actually 10 worse. So where have I clicked the button yet? No, it's still on 250. Cool. Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to withhold that one.
If you want.
It also puts NYC in the interesting position of having extra token money.
This is true. This is very true. You got it all fixed? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah. Phase out. Yep. All right. That's our operating round. Onto a stock round. Maxaroni, these splotters are inspired by 18xx, but they're not part of the series. The 18xx games all have a same core engine that Food Chain doesn't have, but there's a lot of similarities if you look for them.
Good when you only have 12 shares. We bought in a B&M. I think I can only trade shares at this point.
I think, yeah.
Value wise, B&M and Campacker are running for the least. Campack is worth 112. I'm gonna sell both Campacks and buy an NYNH. So that's 112 and then 100. So it comes out to 124 gain.
Okay. Oh. I'll buy an Erie for 100. Lily?
I think I'm happy just passing.
Pat? Alan?
I'll buy that last B&M bank share for 76.
I'll buy the Erie. Lily? Passing?
Yep.
Pat? Alan, you doing anything or are you passing?
I'm on pass. My hands full, and there's nothing else that is worth selling to buy.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, B&M's not worth selling something else for. But I think it is just Pat doing Pat stuff.
I've got a couple more slots. I'm just trying to quickly evaluate which are better, B&M or Canpack
Oh,
shares.
that's fair. That's hard because Canpack just literally has a lot of share value, but it's running for a lot less. Although it's about to run for a bit more with the ooze.
It's about to run for 17.
Oh, that's right. It only has a 5.
Yeah. There's a mathematically optimal choice here, and I don't know if I care to find it. 17 versus 21. Difference of 4. I think the B&M is still slightly better. So I'll buy the B&M for 100. And then I'll buy the last one when it comes around to me. Pat, it's all you.
I've been muted for so long. Oh my god. I'm sitting here like people are not listening. I'm okay. I'm spending. God damn it. I'm sorry. Spend buying the one. I'm guessing it's just passes right around because I'll just buy out the last 3.
Yeah, it's all you.
Yeah, just quick counting. You do have room for all of that.
Yep. I have 9 black that are in orange, so I have 14 shares to hold right now.
Yeah.
Good lord.
All right. Everything is going to rise up 1, including the stock tracker. What doesn't rise up?
Oh, wow. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, everything rises up 1. All right. B&O is paying out.
I don't think I have any choices anymore, so
I haven't had
You
choices
do.
in a while.
You have one choice.
what's
Canpack
that?
Oh, Canpack needs to upgrade, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like I said, I guess you're right. Never mind.
It does.
It does.
You need to play this one right here, Lily.
Okay,
That brings
okay,
it to
okay,
21.
okay.
Anyway, we're not at Canpack yet. It's on NYNH.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just getting it over there. Oh, I'm NYNH. I'm sorry. NYNH pays 50
Erie.
or pays out 250.
Erie will just lay that and pay out.
Okay, now Canpack's up. Lily, should we lay your track for you?
Yeah. No, I got it.
Sorry, I brought it over.
Alright. Not
Yep.
that one.
Not that one?
Yep. Why?
Don't you want to run for 17?
This
Oh.
one.
That one.
Oh, yeah,
You're right.
sorry. I grabbed the mirrored one.
You're right.
You're right.
So I run for 17.
It's not.
I only have a 5 train.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
2, 3,
Sorry.
4, 5.
I was counting the last two. That's why I was
Yeah.
very confused. Where
I
you lost
know.
40.
All right.
PRR.
PRR has no track lays and pays out.
B&M.
Going to lay track, spend money 80 to lay this, adding an extra 20 to wherever they are, so they go up to 223, and B&M is going to pay out.
C&O. Lily,
Lily?
paying out.
Yeah.
NYC.
NYC has no upgrades, so NYC pays out.
All right, we do it again.
Does anyone have any decisions?
I have one.
Yeah.
Okay.
B&O pays out.
I'm just going to do it real quick because it doesn't affect.
NYNH.
That's orange, pays out.
Erie.
I do have a decision. Hang on.
Take your time.
And I'm tokening NC. Or NY, I mean.
Makes sense.
Let me see.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, sorry, bud. 50, 130, 140, 200.
I didn't even see that coming in.
Or 140, 160, 210. Sadly, this doesn't actually improve my run. I just needed to do something about Pat. So we're just gonna run my previous run for 230.
Okay. Canpack.
Doesn't affect them at all.
Lily?
That might-
Just paying out.
PRR.
PRR just pays out.
B&M.
Sorry, B&M is figuring something out now because that. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Can't you just use the K there?
No, he's rethinking this. He's rethinking it.
Oh, sorry, yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, I know that kind of fucked over 2 of your companies. Sorry about that.
Does that help? Huh. I should have just token that a long time ago. I just didn't think anyone could get in there, so I didn't even think about it. I saw you coming around, but I thought you were going to B&M, not into New York.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well-
a misplay on my part.
You had a reason to leave it open because you were trying to run 3 companies through it.
Yeah. No, but I should have blocked you here.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have tracked me out of it. I don't know.
God damn it. 1, 2, 3. I mean, 180. That actually really does suck. 180. I want to hit New York, and the only way to hit New York is to do that. And I have no way of hitting anything else. Yeah, so I think I still. That's not what I want. Take the K. I think I still upgrade it. I don't see anything better unless someone wants to correct me.
I'm looking
But I still
right
think
now.
it's just 40, 100, 110, 190. Pretty
The
sure that's all.
only. No, I think that's probably right. The only other argument I could see is possibly laying the. Where's
That one.
that guy there? Yeah, but I don't think that is better
It
than running
doesn't.
New York.
It doesn't because this tile doesn't help me. If it looped around here, which actually I could still do it for next turn potentially.
I think for the you think you probably want the long term, just get the value off of that, but you could start trying to loop around later.
I'm not sure the loop even actually helps because this doesn't go into New York and the other entrance to New York is blocked off.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
I've been trying to look at that loop to see if there's any value, and it either doesn't hit New York and makes less, or it just hits New York the way that you're running it now, Pat. So,
Yep.
I think this is your best
this
bet.
is 190, I think, right? That's counted.
6. Yes.
Okay, that's what we're gonna do. 190. I'm paying it out. We can move on.
C&O.
Hang out.
NYC.
I mean, NYC. Where did that go? I had a tile out, a brown tile out.
Is it this one?
No, this one. I'm still just gonna do this just so it's in there.
Okay.
I can think it doesn't change NYC at all, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure what NYC's run is or
NYC's got a
was
D?
before.
You still have a decent
Yeah.
route. You can go New York, DIT, here, loop around through this to here,
Yeah,
DIT to Boston.
that actually did help. One sec. So, yeah, so 80, 90, 130, 140, 150, 210.
Checks out.
Oh, silly, 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 loopy craziness. I love it.
Cool. That did actually help in the end. So 210, pay it out.
Okay. We do it one more time. This bank is about to not break. B&O pays out.
It's not.
I
Which
think
is actually
probably,
really bad for me.
probably because of what I just did, it's not gonna break.
We'll see. NYNH.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Fucking Christ.
That's
Every
right.
time.
The perils of 3 companies.
Does anyone only have a 6? It does only have a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Runs the same route
5.
as NYC. Maybe.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
These bits around New York.
Okay, so I think it's 60, 70, 150, 190 into 240.
Did
I
you
had
skip
250.
this one?
I didn't count that dit. 250. Thank you.
But it's a 6 train, right? Does it have
That's
enough?
still fun. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
It basically didn't change. It's the one that shouldn't have changed anyway because it had both of them covered.
All right, Erie.
But that didn't help it. Oh, I am also gonna just lay this for its lay because might as well. I don't think it'll help, but
Hey, might as well.
might as well.
I'm going to pay out Erie.
Can pack. Lily.
Just paying out.
PRR.
Pays out.
B&M.
That's me again. I don't see any upgrades.
Lily's
1,
gonna
2,
just
3.
barely edge me out. I feel it.
4,
Feel it in my soul.
40, 100, 110.
Stock round's about to be a problem.
Oh wait, this actually.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stocks about to get dumped.
Yeah. Yep. I'm about to dump a lot of stocks.
Yeah, I
They
actually
have
have
to.
no idea how that plays out in terms of.
Because I thought it was
value.
going to break. I would have withheld the last time, but that's okay.
I mean, you can fix it. Honestly, it was kind of obvious it wasn't going to break by the previous NYC turn.
I just yeah.
All right, so then you would have fallen back to
Yeah,
the
so it would have
45,
been
I
at
think.
45.
Then you have to withhold again.
Withholding again, Pat. Oh, wait, we're on CNO, aren't we? It's CNO.
Yeah, so, you know.
Yeah, we are just paying out. Hey, Thomas.
Lily, are you paying out CNO?
I'm muted.
Yeah.
Did I not pay out B&M though? I didn't. I'm just gonna pay it out real quick for the 190. Nothing's changed.
Oh, sure.
All
All right, and then NYC, Pat. Just withholding.
Yeah, I have to withhold again.
okay.
Yeah, I think.
All right. That at least keeps things simple. We hit stock round. Nobody has anything to sell or buy. Everything's going to rise up one. Because good lord.
And I think now we can just everyone hit payout 3
hit
times.
the button 3 times.
And
Yeah.
everything moves over 3 times.
Yeah, I will move the stock charts. Everyone hit your payouts 3 times.
Hey, the bank broke.
I need to pay out BNO 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Lily, did you pay out your shares?
Um,
Pay your companies 3 times each.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way I'm this far ahead. Yeah, this looks more correct.
All right.
Oh my god, it is a thin a hair, and we're about to do stock
Yep.
values.
Let's do stock values. 10 times your share price.
40 and 170.
That's good to hear, Thomas. I'm glad you enjoyed it more than our 36 play, which was nonsense. And Tetris, you're fine.
Hey, I did.
No,
I did well.
not the one we streamed. We played a game with Thomas at DomeCon of 36 that was nonsense, and he did not enjoy the experience.
Sorry, Thomas. Ah, damn it. Okay, it wasn't as close as I thought it was. This was always Lily's game.
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh,
That looks
oh,
pretty
wait.
close. I
Oh,
hadn't
wait, no.
paid out B&M.
Pretty close.
I hadn't
Oh,
paid
yeah.
B&M out.
Oh, man. Damn it, Lily. If CNO, well, I don't know. There's
I
nothing.
think had I
could
not
have
let you
done.
token this and I done it, I might have been a lot closer. Because I lost a lot of money doing that. I lost 3
Yeah.
rounds of like $60 each.
Mhm.
Per company.
The only thing I could do was that, and like I knew with your share density that I needed to do something about you. You actually, funny enough, by dumping the 2 Erie stocks when you force bought the D train,
Hmm,
you've fed Erie enough money for that token.
that's funny.
So
I dumped Ear because it was making the least amount at that point.
no, I get it. It makes perfect sense.
I should have, yeah. I should have tried to block you.
Yeah, I
Is it-
think if you had say like sharped this off to the side or something,
Yeah.
like I think that there's ways you could have avoided this outcome. But you would
I
have
don't
had
think
to
it would have
see it
mattered in
coming.
the end, though. Like, I actually didn't expect to get last. I thought I was with all the shares. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think that the brown share strategy needed this game to go shorter.
Yeah,
is
I think
one
ultimately
thing.
that's what it came down to. Because every round that it didn't end, this difference was growing wider and wider, you know?
I guess that's fair, because if you take those 9 away, I'm down to 14 shares.
Mm-hmm.
And I had none of the big one, B&M.
Yeah.
I didn't have a single, or B&O? Sorry, yeah, B&O. I didn't have a single one.
Yeah, maybe that's what it really was, because Lily gobbled up all the B&Os,
Yep.
so it was equally held between you and
Like, if I
between
would have
you
had
two.
2 of those and she would have had 2 of one of mine instead, that might have been different, but
Yeah.
oh well.
Yeah. If I could have grabbed 1 or 2 B&Os, that might have helped bridge the gap for me.
Big time.
I think
That
the
was a very
problem.
close one, though.
Yeah, I think there was a point when I was withholding to ensure I would have 5 and 6 trains where I was coming into stock rounds with just not enough money to really buy up the stocks I needed. But I don't know what the alternative is. Like, this is the problem with trying to run 2 companies. Like, you've got to supply them with trains.
Mhm.
Yeah, like that's why I like you guys were all saying like, do I really want to get B&M? Because I feel like B&M made me the most money in the end. Because you guys all dumped it, I got it for like 76, and they all sold for like $100 more.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
I
in the
think
end
that-
it kind of worked out for you.
It's
I
because you
think
guys
the-
floated it for me.
Yeah, we floated it for him, which was the biggest. When I realized I was doing, it, I was like, "Crap, why did I do that?"
Once you guys all did it, it was like, this is what I did. I bought the president share because, like, as long as you guys aren't buying and selling, like, if you guys are buying and selling them, you're floating it for me. I don't really care.
Mhm.
I only have 20% stake. So, like, I that was my thought was just like, if I just buy this and then you guys buy the rest, thinking I'm gonna float it, then you guys end up floating it for me. Like, I only put $200 into it, and I had all the rest of my money to buy the trains.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I was screwed. I wasn't gonna have the money to buy all the trains I needed.
The debate in my mind was whether or not it was worth trying to steal it. Because I was in the position where I could have taken the presidency.
I would have let you. I wasn't even gonna fight for it. I would have sold them right there and then. Not
Oh,
even
that's
sold them. Just let you have it.
That's why I didn't buy any at first, and the only one I bought, I immediately sold because I just.
Yep.
I knew I couldn't lose any value on it, and I knew you were egging people on to
Yeah,
float.
I wanted you guys to fund it for me, and if someone tried to take it, it was like, well, it's all yours. You don't have the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had enough money to buy a diesel. I mean, it was only $100 extra. I could have the connection for the B to get to New York was already made, so it would have been an easy token to token you out of it, which is why I figured you would fight for it. Because it would have hurt
yeah.
NYC in that moment. I mean, you eventually found a way around with NYC anyways, but I think that's why I figured you would fight for it, and I didn't want to sell down shares in a scenario where we had reached the point in the game where share density was the biggest concern.
Right.
But I think had I managed to get Boston and Maine from you, it would have been damaging for you.
I don't remember that far back to actually know.
That's fair as well.
I don't remember the layout of what it was. I know you would have had turn advantage for tokening, but yeah.
Yeah, you had laid this gentle to
because
here.
I was thinking I was just gonna get it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think anyone was gonna fight it on me, which is what happened. Like I said, exactly what I wanted to happen did happen. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah. No, it worked out for you. You played a really solid game, and I've never been able to get the Brown strategies to work for me. Maybe because I'm just too scared of them. I mean, you played solid.
I think what I should have did though is not been afraid to buy those trains up like they had all the money and I was just letting it sit there. I should have bought early trains and pushed the game along, but I was so content sitting on there on my 2-3 trains because I was making the most money on them.
Yeah, I was making money.
And then all of a sudden I wasn't because of what Guerric did down here, like the $430 turn.
Yeah.
Like, uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think,
and then it was too late at that point.
I think your biggest mistake, honestly, was not buying the 5 train into NYC.
Oh,
the round that you could have.
I think you would have.
Again, I had a reason in my head why I didn't want to, and like there was like one I didn't want to give up the 3 trains yet, and I was afraid of that happening by buying those. Like I was, you know what I mean? Like it was gonna happen, and then I was also trying to sneak my way into here so I could get both sides
of New York. Yeah,
New York.
That makes perfect sense. Generically speaking, and this is like one of those truisms that's often proven false, but like the 5 trains are just so powerful in 1830.
Yeah.
Like possibly more than any other 18XX that I know of.
Because they're so cheap and they don't go away.
Yep. They're cheap permanents, and when you're playing like us with aggressive tokening, I mean you're running a 5 or a 6 at max anyway, you know?
Yeah.
Your diesels are running as 6s up in here, which tells you everything.
Dear God, we have one token slot in this entire region. That's empty. That's ridiculous.
yeah.
I mean, I guess I'm surprised that New York didn't get double tokened out the way it normally does.
I just had no reason to. I had access
And
to
you had no
Jason.
tokens left anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't have blocked anyone. This was more impactful.
Yeah.
That really hurt PRR's potential.
Yo.
I actually wonder if I had tokened here instead of New York.
That was what I was
Or,
worried
no,
about.
Oh wait, no, I tokened New York early, but then it was like I could have tokened this instead of here. I think if I had done that, Lily probably just would have tokened here.
Yeah, you ended
Or
up
Pat.
being forced into this.
Yeah, I really didn't want to do that.
I also am still unsure. Like was that whenever I started buying B and O from Guerric, and I basically forced him to sell his NYC, although you did oversell. What that was? Was that almost like was not almost? But was that like smart or not? Like I wanted a second company at that point, and I knew I was gonna get one of the two, and I was basically forcing you to pick which one you wanted. But like, I don't know if that was the right play or not. Or if I should have just waited and grabbed something else and let you.
It's
sit on
definitely
both of them.
it was good that somebody forced the BNO open because it was getting me too much value.
Yeah.
If you got the BNO, like it would have been kick ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You really forced Guerric to make suboptimal decisions when he was in a clear lead. You did take a lot of risk by pulling on the NYC on top of New York, New Haven when you only had 3 trains in both companies and like $100 a piece.
Yeah.
But the trains
out.
Yeah, the trains didn't get pushed for a while because nobody was in a position to open new companies and none of the companies had any money in them.
Yeah.
So I think in that moment it was a fairly safe bet. Like I think B&O opened and Erie opened, and that was enough to push halfway through the 4 trains, but we weren't even into the 5 trains yet.
Yeah.
So
basically, had I not played the Brown game, it sounds so bad to say that, but had I not played the Brown game at that point and just like played them for getting money at that point, probably would have been better. Because then I basically had all this money that I was doing nothing with. It was just sitting on the company, and then I had to use it all to buy myself out of a hole later on. Instead of
you had the money to buy yourself out of the hole. The fact that you were withholding so frequently meant that when it came time to buy permanent trains, you weren't hurting as badly as you could have been.
I just see it now where it's like I am short by about how much I spent money wise. I've spent with selling stuff. I spent about 800, 600, right? It was just how much I lost by. It was literally how much I was short on trains.
Think of it this way: if you had, let's say, there was a round when you had 90% held for NYC, when you could have just hit payout 3 times, right? And had you done that, how exactly would you have afforded the permanent trains? I mean, you certainly you would have had more personal money, which you could have invested into stocks. And, who knows? I don't remember exactly how long it was before the 3 trains busted, but I think that the reality of the matter is you would have been in a much worse position. You probably wouldn't have gotten a 6 train. You probably would have been force funding 2 diesels.
Right. Unless I had bought that 5 train early, which I...
True, yeah.
Had I not wanted the 3s to last as long as I did. Okay. I understand. Yep. I understand the mistakes I made.
Moral of the story: always buy the 5 train if you can.
Yeah, whenever you guys acted that surprised, I'm like, what's the big deal? It's just a 5 train.
It's just the best train in the game. It's fine.
Behind the 3s.
Well, 3s. If the 3s never rust, they're by far the best. But
5 rust trees, right?
3s are the best money for value. 5s are the best not going bankrupt train.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess you were trying to push me to buy more 3s into Erie, I think, Guerric?
I don't remember.
Or no, it was PRR. You were trying to get me to buy extra 3s. And I was like, why would I buy more 3 trains? I can't even run them.
Well, the reason would have been to prevent Lily from buying any, so she'd have to overspend on 4 trains, and then she would lose capital control. It also would have rushed to trains faster, which I did, as an ulterior motive. I wanted that,
Mhm.
but like,
I guess that's true. Because she got a lot of value off of the 3-4, just sat on that
Right.
for half the game.
If you can deny somebody a rank of train, that can be impactful.
I guess. I still think so. That was the round going into buying
You're not wrong with
Camden
wanting
and
to
Amboy.
buy in your private, because that's very important for buying shares, which accumulate value, which let you do more. Like you were absolutely not wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I would have been able to pull it to par Erie that round if I hadn't done it.
Yeah. I mostly just saw an opportunity, and I didn't think it would be bad. I don't know that it was better than buying privates. It almost definitely wasn't, but it would have been interesting, and I don't think it was bad.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was just curious because I always wonder in those moments, how much is this Guerric just trying to get me to do something that would be more optimal for his game versus does it actually make sense for me? Because you go 50-50 on those.
I do.
Sometimes you're really just trying to goad me into stuff.
It is, even when I'm trying to goad you into things for my benefit, it is almost always also for curiosity, and I don't think it's bad or something. I very rarely am like, you should do this obviously bad thing just for me.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
Anyway, it's late. We should all go to bed. Thanks all for playing.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching. We'll have more trains next Tuesday, but until then, have a great one. We'll see you next time.
Good night. Bye.